The road was tough.
Now we are here.
To fight for glory.
Our destiny is near.
Two teams,
Two neighbours.
two rivals.
Mitchell does it for New Zealand. So here's a half century.
Battle in the ring of fire.
To be crowned as a champion.
To be crowned as the champions.
India win. Unbelievable scenes here at the World Cup. The victorious Pakistan team.
Collingwood and his team have won the World 2020 final.
The winners, West Indies. Sri Lanka, the new champions. Carlos Brathwaite, remember the name.
Live the game, love the game. Live the game, love the game. Live the game, love the game.
Yes, you play day in, day out, you play all around the world, you play in all conditions, but you play because you want to be here today. This is the final of the ICC T20 World Cup. It's New Zealand versus Australia, and they've earned the right to be here. And they've come here because they played two dramatic semi-finals, and now everyone's excited about what lies ahead, including the two gentlemen next to me. First of all, Simon Dool, who's watches more cricket than anybody else that I know. And Shane Watson, who's played in more finals than I can remember. Dooley, 2015, 2019, would New Zealand have woken up? Can they get all that off their mind and say, this is our day?
Well, it's got to come at some stage, Harsh. One would hope from a New Zealand point of view. Is it the fact that they are a winning finals type team, or is it just that they are around about that second, third, fourth best team in the world? That's the hurdle they have to cross at the moment. Getting to finals, they do say you've got to go to the big dance before you can learn how to dance properly at least once. They've had a couple of them now. Is it New Zealand's day? Look, I hope we get a great game, a cracking game. These contests between New Zealand and Australia are always great. We very rarely get over the top of the Aussies. Sad to say with Shane Watson standing next to me, but it very rarely happens. Tonight could be the night.
He talked about going to big dances. You've been to many big dances, Shane Watson. Is other mornings different when you wake up? Do you have to just tell yourself, no, it's just another day? Or are you different on that morning?
We've got to keep telling yourself that it's just another day, but it's hard not to let your mind move forward in the lead up to the game, knowing what a big opportunity is from Australia's point of view. It's really the only trophy that Australia hasn't won. And it's always been like an elephant in the room in a way. So people know in the back of their minds that the T20 World Cup, we just haven't been able to nail it. And Australia's not been able to nail it. So going into today and to big games, you just got to try and just keep your mind present, not move your mind too forward. Save all the mental energy for the game, but it's easier said than done sometimes.
Dooley, two great semi-finals. We talked about New Zealand found their man of the moment in Daryl Mitchell.
I couldn't believe it. If I'd have said that at the start of the tournament, Daryl Mitchell was going to be the hero of the New Zealand side, I don't know what you would have done. You would have told me it was a bit silly. But look, just the way he has approached it, I think he's been given that licence to go and play up front and just be aggressive. He grew up in Perth, so the Aussies can't claim. It's another Kiwi the Aussies will probably claim at some stage. But he played a lot of his cricket on faster, bouncier surfaces. He loves to run at the spinners, and he doesn't mind playing the quicks. A lot of it, the shorter balls that have been bowled to him, has been run-scoring opportunities for him. He's been a revelation at the top, and New Zealand have absolutely loved the way he's played.
I just saw those shots at the end, and I thought might well have been Grant Elliott. Daryl Mitchell, just come from different country. But what about Australia's everywhere, man? Did you think Matthew Wade had it in him to go across the other night?
Absolutely, it's incredible to be able to see Matthew Wade find his feet as a finisher. He hadn't really had that opportunity previously before. He's more so been a top-order batsman. For him then to be able to commit to these shots that he played, especially those lap sweeps against Shane Shafridi bowling 150 Ks. That shows great conviction, great commitment to this is what I feel, this is my shot, I'm just going to go with it. And what an incredible effort. Now, knowing the way Matthew Wade finished it with Marcus Stoinis, that's going to give the Australian batting lineup even more confidence to know that they can still go pretty hard, knowing they've got that extra strength with those two guys who are in form.
What a player. You ask him to open the batting in a test match, he'll say yes, batted 3, yes, batted 7, yes. He's Australia's yes person in many ways. But let's go through all the other teams. These two, of course, made the final. Julie, the team everyone loved to watch was Pakistan. What do you make of Pakistan? I mean, 5 matches, 5 different players of the tournament, players of the match.
Yeah, it's a brilliant campaign from Pakistan. Yes, they fell at the final hurdle or the semi-final hurdle as far as they are concerned, but they had brilliant performances time and time again. When you look through that list, that's what you want in a tournament-type format. You want different players to stand up and different batsmen, different bowlers all the time. And that's the one thing that Pakistan certainly had. So, look, it was enjoyable. They were great to watch. I enjoyed watching the interaction as well throughout the tournament from all of the teams, not just Pakistan going into the dressing room of Namibia or Babar Azam holding court on the ground, talking to young players around them. I just loved the fact that they seemed to me to approach this tournament with a vastly different mindset to maybe some of the tournaments they've been at in the past. Obviously, the management and everything around it had done a great job leading into this tournament, and they had come here with a renewed vigour and a real air of just, we deserve to be here. We can win this tournament.
Right, Shane Watson's left us. The very hard-working Natalie Jamanas is here. Did you also, Natalie, and I know you followed this tournament like a student almost, like all of us, did you think England would have been here in the final?
Well, I'll tell you what, they were one of my picks for the final. Yeah. I'm not going to lie, I'm going to be quite honest about it. I was actually expecting England and India to be in the final, so very surprised. They've been such a good white ball side for so long. Had affected them and they couldn't quite get everything together for that semi-final, but obviously credit has to go to New Zealand.
And India. Everybody was talking about India. Just a slow start, luck with the toss, or didn't quite arrive in the first 2 games?
I don't think they arrived, but they weren't allowed to arrive. I think that's the key. You can talk as much about India as you like as far as, you know, how well they play, but I think the opposition just didn't allow them to play. Particularly that Pakistan game was outstanding, and then the New Zealand performance was phenomenal. So they had a really tough draw up front, and then they came right at the back end. If they'd have had a Pakistan start and a New Zealand finish, this tournament might have been vastly different. They are too good a side to have played the way they did in those first 2 games, but they weren't allowed to play that way. And I think you know, that's as much New Zealand and Pakistan's doing as it was India's doing.
Natalie, we were there, weren't we, when Namibia qualified for the Associates? What a moment that was. And not just Namibia, but Scotland, Oman, Papua New Guinea, just to be here.
Oh, absolutely. It's a dream come true for a lot of the players. From Namibia's point of view, just first of all, beating the Netherlands was a huge moment for them. And then to beat Ireland in Sharjah to qualify for the Super 12, it was a special performance. And a lot of their big-name players stood up as well. They were so well led by their captain in Erasmus, who was brilliant through the tournament, playing with a broken finger as well. They relied a lot on David Visser and his experience. And he was the man who stood up in that moment they desperately needed him to do. And he did it brilliantly. The other teams, from Papua New Guinea's point of view, Oman, maybe not their performances they would have liked, but to be here is big, and hopefully they can build on that for the future.
Everyone had West Indies as the team to watch out for. Are they coming to the end with that great collection of players?
Yeah, I mean, sadly, I was in the Caribbean when the CPL was on, and you could see that those players were coming towards the end of it. Was it one last hurrah too many? Did they pick a team that could win the T20 World Cup? I have my doubts. I really do. After watching that tournament, I have my doubts that they picked a team to win a T20 World Cup. I think they picked a team to say farewell, which is not the thing to do. Maybe now is their time to rebuild, moving towards Australia in 1 year's time. Say goodbye to a lot of those guys. I mean, brilliant, unbelievable careers. Chris Gale, Dwayne Bravo, incredible careers. T20 pioneers in a lot of way. But was it one too many for them? If so, so be it. Say goodbye, move on to next year.
Yeah, they've given us so much joy over the years, haven't they, as well? Natalie, we had Darren Sammy here with us in our box, but no Bravo, no Gale, don't know how much more Pollard, Russell. It'll almost be like we won't know what's happening. Yeah,
absolutely. From their point of view, they know they've got a lot to do going forward, and in this format, they've been so good for so long. So what comes of them in the future? They've got to build it. They've got a good CPL, and who knows what players might come out from there. They've definitely got the role models to look up to, that is for sure.
Were you as happy as I was that South Africa put it all together?
Yeah, I was. I really was. I mean, again, talk about bowling attacks in this tournament. The best bowling attacks will win. We've got 2 of the best, the most economical bowling attacks in this final tonight. South Africa have that. They unearthed a couple of players that we weren't 100% sure about in T20 cricket, particularly Aiden Markram, to me, who's been superb. So I enjoyed watching them. I love watching pace. You know, when Nokia gets going, when Rabada gets going, I just love watching. I love talking about it, Harsha. So to me, they were great.
Right, we talked about Gale and we talked about Bravo. I have no doubt in my mind that they're not too far away from becoming ICC Hall of Famers. Talking of which, we've got a lovely function. Let's go across to Ian Bishop.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome and thank you very much for being a part of a special evening for so many of the players gathered here, both past and present. We really do hope that this will be a culmination of this tournament, a great final. But we are here for the ICC Hall of Fame presentation ceremony. The ICC Hall of Fame class of 2021 inductees were announced yesterday, celebrating 3 icons of the men's and women's game. The new inductees take the total number of legends up to 106. Shortly, we will be welcoming these new inductees onto the field in celebration of their careers and their overall contributions to our wonderful game. Please now turn your attention to the big screens.
Mahela Jayawardena, what a man.
Well, Jeanette Britton is widely regarded as one of the best that England ever produced.
Sean's impact on South African cricket would have been huge.
There it is. Cometh the hour, cometh the Sri Lankan captain.
He was a menace when I bowled to him. He was so difficult, but he was so beautiful to watch.
He showed that T20 cricket could be played as a touch play.
Silky hands, soft hands. They say this game is about bashing the ball, not if you're Mahela Jayawardena.
One of her teammates called her a professional in an amateur era.
Everybody who knew Jan speaks unbelievably highly of her.
She'll always be regarded as a hero within the English game.
That one came back at him. There's a big appeal. Didn't hit the glove. He's gone. South Africa have struck.
I wanted to be Sean Pollock. I wanted the ball to land in the same area that Polly landed the ball, always questioning batters, putting them under pressure.
He made it look so easy.
Down the ground, Pollock gets it, gets all of it.
Pollock had everything and he could bat too. You didn't just have to survive against Sean Pollock, you had to get him out.
Goes offside, save your legs. Mahela Jayawardena, a high-class innings from a high-class player.
So many people said that just watching her was fabulous, even her opponents, despite the fact that she scored so many runs against them.
He's just taken a ton of wickets and scored a ton of runs, and he put South Africa on the map really when it came to bowling and being an all-rounder.
Great reflections on the careers of today's 3 inductees. We've got a special guest with us who will be handing out the commemorative caps to this session's inductees, and that is Sir Clive Lloyd, the former West Indies batsman and captain, 2-time World Cup winning captain, and a man who helped to usher in perhaps the greatest era of West Indies cricket, arguably. Thank you very much, Sir Clive. The first inductee to come up will be Sean Pollock, the former South African all-rounder and captain, of course, the son of Peter Pollock and the nephew of the great Hall of Famer Graham Pollock, perhaps one of the finest left-handed batsmen to grace the game. Sean, of course, 400-plus Test match wickets, second most, 421 for South Africa. And please go ahead. 26 times for South Africa as captain, and 387 ODI wickets. And Sean, if you would walk this way, and you've been equipped with your own microphone as well. Thank you very much for being with us, Sean. The accolades, the on-field establishments are so many. As you look back with the kind of clarity that only hindsight can bring, what are you most proud of as a player?
I think this award's the real cherry on the top for me. You know, I've had such fantastic moments playing cricket for South Africa and involved in the international game. You know, there's no way you can pay back to cricket what it's given me over the 25 years that I've been involved. So it's just been a fantastic journey. You know, you look back at the friendships you've built, the wonderful teammates you've played with, all the efforts they did to help you get these kind of awards. And you just look back with gratitude that you've obviously been given a talent by God and been able to nurture it and use it as best you can.
When you have the sort of lineage that you have in your dad and your uncle, how much pressure, if there was pressure on you to be excellent, not only to be a player, but to be excellent?
Well, it all worked out well. My dad was the convener selectors who picked me to play my first game for South Africa, so it was a bit of a family business. But after that, you just have to carry on and try and do as best you possibly can, you know, and whatever records you manage to beat is obviously great. But yeah, I was fortunate to be given the foundations from those two, which allowed me to basically just go on and try and be as good as I could.
You mentioned how much this award means to you, for your family, your wife, and your girls. Your wife is here. How big a part have they played in your career?
Yeah, it is. It's a proud moment, and I think the girls have taken a bit of interest. You know, they were very young when I retired, so they maybe weren't quite aware of Dad and what he's been able to achieve. So this moment's brought a bit of attention to it, and they said, Dad, why am I getting messages on my YouTube and my Twitter and everything about your performances? And I said, oh, well, you'll just have to read up and see what it's all about. But it is special. Obviously, my wife played a massive part in my career, and you know, just was my number one fan and my confidant and my real support through all those years. So yeah, it's great to be in the company that we are. You know, there's so many people there. Obviously a family member of my uncle, Mitchell Marsh, was such a huge mentor for me over the years. And then even the greats that you've grown up watching and treating like heroes and hearing stories about. So to be in the company is fantastic.
Thank you very much, and great to be standing next to you once again, Sean.
Thanks, Bish. Go well.
Thank you very much to our first inductee, Sean Pollock. Our next inductee is the late Janet Britton. Sadly, Janet passed away about 3 or 4 years ago in 2017, and her former partner and former selector and great friend of hers, Angela Bainbridge, will collect the commemorative cap from Sir Clive. Of course, the most runs in women's test match cricket and the most centuries, all of those records belonging to Jeanette, who was also an excellent fielder. And Angela, yes, it's a bit heavy, Angela, I know. Thank you so much for joining us. You know all about the achievements of Jeanette. What would she be most proud of in terms of all those accomplishments on field?
I think that she would like to be known as a role model, a good role model for the other girls that followed her. She was a fantastic player. She was a technician. She was such a beautiful bat. Pleasure to watch her, really. And I think that she just loved the game, and the fact that other girls have followed to play just as well as her, or, you know, it's a new game that they're playing now, and I think she would have loved to have played that. But to be that role model for future generations, I think she'd be very proud of that.
And this award, in your own words, what would it have meant to her?
It's very difficult to say, really. I think she would be incredibly embarrassed by the whole thing. She was such a humble person that she would be very shy, very embarrassed, but very, very proud. I know her mum and dad are very proud too. So.
Thank you very much for being here with us and for passing on those sentiments. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You're very welcome.
Okay. Thank you very much to Angela Bainbridge, representing Jeanette Britton, the late Jeanette Britton. We move on to the third and final, last but no means the least, Mahela Jayawardena, the former Sri Lankan captain, excellent batsman, who will collect his award, his commemorative cap from Sir Clive. Of course, Mahela appeared in a couple of World Cup finals, a champion of the T20 World Cup with Sri Lanka in 2014 as well. Let's not go through all the runs, the centuries, the number of times, Mahela, that you've captained your nation. As you reflect now, your legacy, what's the most important thing you feel you've left for those in Sri Lanka?
Well, I think it was a legacy which was probably left many people who played before me. The guys who worked hard to get us test status, you know, get recognition. And then the next group of guys who said, you know, we belong here, the 96 group who won a World Cup. And then for us, the responsibility was to carry on that and then fight harder make sure that, we play with that passion and achieve things, with a very blessed group of players that I was part of with, and I've thoroughly enjoyed that journey, and that's the legacy, I guess. I mean, it's nothing individual, it's purely a team legacy, personnel, people, and a nation.
You're into coaching now. Which is challenging more, playing or coaching?
Well, I think playing definitely, because the responsibility lies a lot. Coaching is about educating, helping guys out there, and be part of that. I mean, I quite enjoy that challenge, contributing in a different way, and it's not too bad sitting on the dugout and saying, should have done this, done that, rather than us going out and doing it. So I thoroughly enjoyed coaching as well. It just gives you that little bit of adrenaline that you needed after playing the game.
And we are happy to see you keep going around the field, if not on it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And congratulations.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Congratulations, of course, to all three of the latest inductees of the ICC Hall of Fame: Shaun Pollock, Mahela Jayawardena, and of course Jeanette Britton, represented by Angela Bainbridge. One final time, please show your appreciation for the inductees.
Yeah, isn't that beautiful? You play tough, hard cricket against each other, and when you're done, your own community honors you as one of the best. I think it's such a beautiful occasion, and I'm delighted for the three of them. Now we've got a game today where a lot of people will be hoping to create an impact and be remembered long after this game is over. So let's go and meet the two teams. The hardworking Natalie Germanis is talking first of all to Trent Boult of New Zealand.
Trent, congratulations on making it through to the final. A big year for your team. How important is this game tonight?
Yeah, well, it's what we've come here to achieve, I suppose, to get into this final dance. And yeah, we're looking forward to taking on the Australians. It's been a good, I suppose, campaign for us and a very good year. So hopefully we can keep adding to that trophy cabinet and see what happens tonight.
From your personal point of view, it's obviously been a really good tournament for you. You've got quite a bit of swing up front. How important is that swing?
I wouldn't say a heck of a lot of swing, but yeah, I suppose that new ball is very important for us as a side. Yeah, everyone knows the golden rule of if you can get wickets in that power play, how much pressure it puts on the opposition. So, of course, we'll be looking for that. But I think a real, string to the bow of the side has been able to adapt to the pitch in front of us and I guess what the conditions offer. So, hopefully, we're on the ball tonight.
Devon Conway played really well in the last game. Unfortunately, not playing tonight. A bit of a freak injury for him. How much of a loss is that?
Yeah, it's a huge loss, and understandably, there's no one more gutted than he is. He would have loved to be out here this afternoon. He's been a real big cog in the wheel for us as Black Caps, and yeah, he's going to be sorely missed. But the positive is it allows the opportunity for someone to step up, and I know we've got 15 guys in that shed that are eager to go out there and do the business.
Fielding has been brilliant. You as a team seem to be far and away ahead of everybody else. How important is that in a final?
Yeah, it's I suppose one of the standards we can really control, and if everyone's engaged in the game and giving their most, it's about setting that bar nice and high. So looking forward to a strong encounter, and hopefully we can continue the form that we've had in the previous parts of this tournament.
How much confidence do you get from beating the big England team that was supposed to be one of the favourites?
Yeah, quality side, and I think both semi-finals were really great to watch, and it shows if you stay in it, you never know what's going to happen later in the game. So wary of that with the ball and wary of that with the bats, and looking forward to that challenge.
Well, I hope you enjoy the rivalry tonight. I know it's a big one usually between you and Australia. Yeah,
no, we can't wait. A lot of good history there, and I know there'll be a lot of people back in that part of the world up in the early hours of the morning cheering the New Zealanders on.
Good luck, enjoy the final.
Thank you very much.
Always plays with a smile. He could play a big part in today's game. If the ball starts swinging around a little bit, he could well be New Zealand's key player. Now, what about the other side? There's a gentleman in very, very good form. We wondered what kind of form he was coming in here, and he's become Australia's talisman cricketer. We're talking about David Warner, and here he is talking to Natalie Germanis.
Dave, congratulations on making it through to the final. There might have been some who wouldn't have thought Australia might have made it to the final. What has your team done to get to this stage?
I think it's about, as a collective, producing with the ball and the bat. I think obviously we've chased down some good totals. There's a lot of confidence within the group. I think last game, I think from both teams, and I think even in the New Zealand and England game, there's a fair few errors in the fielding department. So hopefully both teams can be better in that. And yeah, we look forward to tonight's game.
For you personally, it's been an excellent tournament. You're in great form at the moment. What has been your approach?
Yeah, look, for myself, it's about going out there and just delivering every time I can. That's all I try and set out to do, put the team in a great position, and I'll look forward to trying to do it tonight.
How important is a good, quick start, especially against the opening bowlers of New Zealand?
Yeah, look, I don't think it's too much about getting off to a fast start here. We know the trend basically here in the first 6, it's not high scoring, it's about minimising the damage. So if we can, get out there and not lose any wickets in the first 6, set a nice base for the back end, and hopefully post a good total or chase down a total.
How important was the Wade and Stoinis partnership in that semi-final?
Yeah, look, it was fantastic. As I said, there was some fielding errors. It allowed us to get back into the game. A lot of talk was about, Marcus Stoinis and Matthew Wade not being able to finish off for Australia, and they proved it right. This game, they can do that. At the end of the day, for us, it's about, as I said, collective. They hadn't had much time batting out in the middle, and to come off and chase what they did was outstanding.
You've had a couple of players that have also stood out, the likes of Adam Zampa as well, and your opening bowlers have done a great job. What's your thoughts on how they've gone with the ball? Yeah, look, I think they've been fantastic. 2020 is a fickle game. Some days you can take 2 for 20 or 4, or some days you might get none for 50. That's how it is. Adam Zampa, on the other hand, has been outstanding for us. He's been our number 1 bowler so far. Obviously, Mitchell Starc, world-class bowler. Gets swing early. Hopefully he can start well today. And obviously our 2 other, quicks, they're outstanding, world class, and can't wait for it to be out here today. Well, I hope it's a great final. Enjoy it.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, he's in red hot form. 2 wonderful teams that have earned the right to be here, having played some wonderful cricket. New Zealand beat England. Australia qualified as well. And now we're just half an hour away from the start of play. We'll have lots more for you right after this break. Tournament favourites to edge a thriller against England, while Australia upset the form horses with a barrage of late blows to stun Pakistan. Two sensational semi-finals has set up a trans-Tasman affair for the right to be crowned champions of the world.
And his team have won the World 2020 final.
The winners, West Indies.
Sri Lanka, the new champions.
Carlos Brathwaite, remember the name.
Live the game, love the game. Live the game, love the game. Live the game, love the game.
Yes, it is a final. It's not just another day, and yet you must believe it is, because the demands are so different. There's different kinds of pressure on you. You go out believing that this is the day when I can win my team a trophy, and yet you've got to be calm and relaxed. Remember, neither team has won it yet. It's the first final for New Zealand. Australia have been there before, and it'll all count down. What an occasion it is for these 22 people. And it starts here. Who's going to win the toss? Who's going to play? Let's go across and join the two captains, which we will do, of course. This New Zealand versus Australia. I said it's time now to go and join the two captains, because these are two teams that have played so well, that have earned the right, as I've been saying, to be here. And now it is time for the toss. Here's Nasser Hussain with the two captains.
Rivals across the Tasman meet in this World T20 final. I've got the two captains and the match referee already. Kane Williamson has got the coin. Give it a spin.
Head.
Heads it is from Aaron Finch.
It is a head. We'll have a bowl, bro.
Aaron, you've won the toss. What are you going to do?
We're going to have a bowl first, mate.
What do you make of this surface?
Looks a little bit drier than the one we played on the other night, but I don't think it'll change. I think it might skid with the new ball, and then hopefully it stays that way.
What is your team news?
Same team, mate.
You look like you've got better with every game, and that win against Pakistan must give you a lot of confidence.
Yeah, it does. I thought the way that we kept hanging in the contest until really deep, and then obviously a bit of a special partnership right towards the end, but to really hang in there was crucial for us.
Tell us about Adam Zampa. Quiet performer, just goes about his business in those middle overs. Those 4 overs vital for you.
Yeah, they are. He's been super for a long time in the shortest formats of the game. He's had a wonderful tournament, so hopefully that can continue tonight. He loves the contest.
You've had a good record in knockout games against New Zealand. Does that mean anything on a big occasion like this?
No, when it's a new format, it's a new tournament, it's a new team, different players, it turns over so much, I don't think it carries any weight.
From where you were, and the fact that you don't get your team together that often, to go on and win this, that would be a special achievement, wouldn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. We've put ourselves in a good position to do that, so that's all you can ask.
Good luck this evening.
Thanks, mate. All the best, bro.
Kane, you've lost the toss. Can you convince your team you can win from this position of losing the toss?
Yeah, we would have done the same, but you know, it looks like a reasonable surface, and who knows about the dew, but important we focus on our task at hand, and that's with the bat first and try and get a competitive total.
And what is your team news?
We've got the one obvious change with Devon Conway injured and Tim Seifert comes in.
How much of a massive blow is that for Devon Conway? Such a big occasion to miss out on a final.
Yeah, it's a real shame. One of those freak things, and you know, I guess everybody will learn a bit of a lesson from that. But you know, as a team, it's moving on real quick and focusing on the challenge that we've got in front of us, which is a very strong Australian side.
Against England, you had to look after Mitchell Santner a little bit because of the left-handers. Do you see more of a role for him on this surface against Australia?
Yeah, Mitch is a world-class operator, so we always see him working for us in whatever team that we have. Just in that game, it didn't quite work out that he bowled his overs, but that's the way it goes.
I know you don't like to look too far ahead, but it would be a great achievement. World Test champions, World T20 champions, that would be special.
Yeah, but, you know, like you mentioned, we don't want to look far ahead, and we want to focus on the cricket that's kept us in good stead throughout this competition and try and make those small adjustments. Different venue again. We've sort of chopped and changed for the last 10 days, and it's nice to be here at Dubai, obviously on a great occasion in the final, and the guys are excited.
Enjoy it, go well.
Thank you, cheers.
So the news from the middle is that Australia have won the toss. They're having a bowl.
Right, Danny Morrison's alongside me, so is Shane Watson. Danny Morrison.
Harsha Bugger, yeah, looking forward to this immensely, because you can't control the toss, but you can control your emotions, and for Devon Conway, smashing his bat and breaking his hand, oh dear. So in comes Timmy Seifer, which is the only change, but he's a great finisher. So it's exciting for him to get an opportunity, but the usual suspects that have done the job, very, very exciting.
Right, Shane Watson with his Australian side.
Yes, the Australians go unchanged, which is a great thing going into this big game. The key men, Aaron Finch and Dave Warner at the top. Mitch Marsh has been a sensational touch. And for me, the man tonight is Glenn Maxwell. Been able to really turn things on against Ish Sodhi. And then they've got the quicks, the firepower of the quicks, Mitchell Starc, Hazelwood, Cummins, Zampa, and the stars of the show last game, Wade and Marcus Stoinis.
Yes, and it's a team that has so many match winners all around it. It's a good surface, this, though, but how good? Let's figure out. Let's go and join Ian Bishop. And first of all, Simon Dool.
It's a huge occasion here, the Dubai International Stadium, the Ring of Fire. It looks magnificent. One thing I can tell you, there will be nerves. Nerves from the players, maybe nerves from the ground staff. We're right in the centre of this magnificent stadium. It is equidistant, leg side, offside, down the ground, quite a long hit. And if you're going to get into those pockets in the corners at mid-wicket and over extra cover, you better get the ball very well indeed. This surface looks magnificent. I can tell you that the ground staff have been brilliant throughout Oman, Abu Dhabi, Sharjah and here in Dubai. They have done a great job. I think this is one of the best we've seen. What does Ian Bishop think? He is at the other end to tell us more about it.
Thank you so much, Simon Dool. Look, this is a special occasions pitch. And why do I say that? Only 3 games have been played on this surface here in the last couple of months. 2 of those have been won by the team batting first. That's a big change from this tournament, where the 1 game played here was won by a chasing team. All 9 night games played on this ground here at the Dubai International Stadium have been won by the chasing teams. Now, a little bit as I walk down, there's not a lot of grass on the surface. That's the one thing that may just offer a little bit of hope for the slow men. But as I go down, very, very hard. It is rock hard, so I expect the ball to slide on a little bit. It's really, really hard surface, so I expect it to be a good pitch. Now, the question to be asked, though, New Zealand batting first, are they willing to risk losing by playing aggressively to get a total that will be enough to win this final, their first final? It's all up to the batsmen initially anyway. And you've heard enough from me. Let's find out now a little bit more of some of the New Zealanders from some of the New Zealand players.
Gonna ride on the highway, me and myself. Gonna do things my way, never back down, I don't need no help. Switch like a free throw, breaking out the beast mode. Walking with the Pico when it goes down.
Yeah, it's great to see. You know, his striking gives us, you know, him and Gup at the top is nice, and I guess the way he finished off that last game with his power is pretty special.
Ish's been a really important member of our side for a long, or T20 side for a long time now, and I think with him and Mitchell Satner have provided some real stability and balance through those middle overs in particular for us. He's still growing and I guess learning his art, and always loves bowling, so looks for new challenges and new deliveries that he can bowl.
Yeah, I think, you know, leg spin's obviously a hard art to perfect, and he's doing a pretty good job at the moment. So, you know, I guess take that momentum into the final.
Trent again provides a point of difference in our attack, being a left-arm seamer. He can swing the ball up front, and he's bowled some really important death overs for us as well. And I think when you get to the end of the tournament, you're looking for small margins and small opportunities for, I guess, people to show their skills as well. And we're certainly happy with those skills that Trent has.
Yeah, he's obviously an outstanding operator in all 3 forms of the game. And has been for an extended period of time, so we take a lot of confidence out of him opening up for us. Obviously swings the new ball around and can be pretty good at the death as well. So he's an outstanding bowler. He's part of what has been an outstanding seam attack for us this tournament.
You know, Trent's obviously, him and Tim at the top have been swinging it, taking wickets, and you've got, you know, Adam Milne bowling fast through the middle, and so, you know, I think, you know, when Trent's swinging it, him and Tim swinging it, they're both pretty tough to stop.
What about Australia? They've won 5 50-over World Cups, but this is a title that has eluded them. What do they think about this game? Let's meet them.
My 3 Aussie heroes for this men's T20 World Cup are Marcus Stoinis, Dave Warner and Adam Zampa. Yeah, Marcus Stoinis has been such an integral part to Australia's T20 resurgence because of his ability to be able to absorb pressure and then know what his strengths are and then stick to it and be able to execute. And he showed that against South Africa in the first game, and then in the knockout semi-final to be able to hold his nerve, stick to his strengths, and he's just got so much power.
You could see Stoinis' confidence grow, and Stoinis and Wade, that partnership, Stoinis just set it up beautifully and Wade finished it off perfectly. So I think Stoinis is growing as a cricketer with every game.
Dave Warner has been back at his absolute best. The innings that he played against the West Indies, the 89 that he scored, was Dave Warner at his absolute best. And then he just followed that on against Pakistan. Their bowling attack is outrageously good.
Yeah, he's been fantastic. You know, you can't keep a good player down for a long time. He's been a fantastic player for many years, and maybe he struggled with a bit of form leading into this World Cup. But, you know, that's just one of those things. Form is temporary, class is permanent, as they say.
When he gets them off to a flyer, they are always ahead of the rate. So that innings against Pakistan the other day, he got them off to that flyer, and that just in a big run chase, it just eases the nerves and the pressure because you're not behind the rate. So he's a massive, massive influence on any game of cricket, David Warner.
Adam Zampa, he's been, during this tournament, he's been doing it consistently for Australia, but really under the radar. But on the world stage, in the men's T20 World Cup, he has been the perfect T20 bowler. Gets crucial wickets and like the big gun batters as well, and goes for no runs.
Yes, Danny Morrison's alongside us, but big Shane Watson, you picked 3 players to watch out for, not a single quick.
Oh, the quicks are in there as well, but I was only able to pick 3. So Mitchell Stark's definitely one of the big keys for Australia to be able to try and burst through New Zealand's top order. Josh Hazlewood's been incredible in the power play as well, so that really is going to be so going to define this game, how the power plays do pan out.
Danny, is the toss that important? The numbers say so. Yeah. But we saw an IPL final where Chennai batted first, made 190 and won.
And that's what I'm be praying for. I'll tell you that. Because you've got to keep your praying 180. So you've got to breach 180. And I think just from an entertainment perspective, Harsha, and I think for everyone at home watching it, you'd love to see New Zealand get 180, 184, and the Aussies either get real close to it, and then someone else said to me, let's have a super over. You New Zealanders love a super over. Oh, let's throw that in the mix as well.
Oh. But listen, New Zealand has this reputation of being the nice guys, the calm guys, the Williamson kind of guys, and you lose a player because he hammers his bat. How big is that?
It is frustrating, no doubt, but I will say he hails from South Africa and he's qualified for New Zealand. So there's a bit of that Southern African scenario. But when I look at it, it's a shame because he's one of those players that can score 360, and he's an opening test player, but he also dabs and works it, and there just smashing his bat then. I mean, yeah, it's just super sad. And now look what's happened. He's got it well and truly banned. He's going to miss the test matches in India post this World Cup, and he's not going to be ready for a while. So he's going to miss a heck of a lot of cricket.
It is, and it's very sad because he's such a quality player. What have you been in so many big finals? Do the early overs really set the scene? We saw that in 2015. Will Australia be saying, right, we need to go hard right from the first ball?
Absolutely, the openers do set the scene, and they really relieve the pressure. because in those first couple overs, you just don't know what to expect. And that's why in a final, that you'd always probably prefer to bowl first, just because you can ease into the game a little bit more. But as opening batsman, you've just got to clear your mind, react, and try and take the bowlers on, because you don't want the game to get away, especially in T20 cricket, where you can really soak up a few too many balls, and then the pressure really comes on for the guys who are coming in after you. So the openers do set the scene. They're going to have to tonight.
Greater pressure on Marty Guptill. I mean, his record against Australia is pretty good, but no Conway, so bigger role for Guptill.
Massive. And then you think of the other one with who's been a revelation, which is Daryl Mitchell. And again, I just hope the Aussies get a little bit wrong. Sorry, Shane. And then he can play horizontally. And then you've got Kane. Now, Kane hasn't had a great time. Hasn't had a good time in this World Cup. So can he come good tonight when it matters in a final? So there's those key guys, particularly those first three for me. Can they be positive, as Ian Bishop was asking? Can they be positive up front and score quickly inside the power play and just after?
Trust Danny to put out a proper Perth boy in Daryl Mitchell. How would you be playing this? Go hard up front with Stark, give him a couple of overs, or hold him back for the middle, go early with Zampa?
Oh, no, I'd be bowling Stark. Definitely 2 in the first. Well, yeah, 2 back-to-back overs. Last game, I felt that Australia just got it slightly wrong. Aaron Finch got it slightly wrong and didn't give Mitchell Stark that second over. While the ball's swinging, you want your best bowlers who can make the most of that swinging ball. And Mitchell Stark, he is a wicket taker against the best batsman in the world, which he's shown throughout his career. So while the ball's swinging, Mitchell Stark needs to have the ball in his hand.
And we're not even talking about Cummins and Hazelwood, who's probably the most improved T20 bowler.
Yeah, Josh Hazelwood's been outstanding, especially in the power plays. He's been brilliant. His ability to be able to take wickets just by hitting a really good length. And Pat Cummins, Australia doesn't need him in the power play. Bowl him through the middle where he's the most effective, and then at the death. Those first few overs, just Hazelwood, Stark, they need to be at their best, and they will win tonight.
Gee, these Aussies tell a good game. Would they have a number in mind, New Zealand? Would they already have said we need to go 180, or would they take it as they go along?
I think you assess it when you're going along and you're out in the middle, seeing how the surface plays and all the pressure of it. Geez, I'd love 180 though, wouldn't you, Shane? 180.
It'd be a great game if that was the case.
Yeah, let's hope so.
180, is that a big number, 180?
180 is a big total. Looks a fairly drier sort of service, so that'd be an amazing result for the New Zealanders.
Okay, we'll wait and see. Shane Watson, Danny Morrison, what a game we have in prospect. The DJ is playing, the players are all excited. Yeah, and that is what they're playing for. May the best team win. We'll take a break, take you closer to the action.
is the view from our drone. The Ring of Fire, the venue for this year's World T20. It is a special occasion, it is a special ground. And in a few hours' time, we will know who has won the 2021 Men's T20 World Cup. New pitch right in the middle, and that's what they're playing for. That trophy should be a cracker.
And his team have won the World 2020 final.
The winners, West Indies.
Sri Lanka, the new champions.
Remember the name.
Live the game, love the game. Live the game, love the game. Live the game, love the game.
After 5 weeks and 44 matches, we get to the final match. And it's a trans-Tasman affair between New Zealand and Australia. Our venue is the Dubai International Stadium. Both stunning semi-final wins for both New Zealand and Australia. Two sides who know each other very, very well. Two fine captains. And they arrived early. And they are up for all the action ahead, as we are. No surprise, Aaron Finch won the toss and he said we will have a bowl first, which is the way in this tournament and definitely at this venue in a night game. So Australia won the toss and immediately Aaron Finch said we will have a bowl. As you would expect, not many changes to either side, but just one change. With Seifert coming in, that was an enforced change because of Conway's injury. The rest is exactly the same for New Zealand. And Australia, after a hugely impressive semi-final win against Pakistan, they have not changed their side at all. The change they made was after the England game to bring Marsh back in at 3 and move Stoinis and Wade down 1 position, and that worked. So two very impressive sides, two sides who haven't won this competition, so we will have a new winner this evening. They are your match officials, hugely experienced. Perfect conditions, warm, little breeze. There's not been much dew in Dubai and we hope the dew stays away. A few in from Australia, a few in from New Zealand. A few that were hoping that their team would be here as well. I've seen some India and Pakistan shirts knocking around. Kane Williamson, a very impressive man with a very impressive team. Been consistent throughout, probably the bowling attack of the tournament against a batting lineup that's gone from strength to strength. Right, time to get ready. It's time for the anthems.
Please rise for the national anthem of Australia, followed by New Zealand. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for both the nations.
Just the one game left in this tournament after 44 matches. We get down to Australia against New Zealand. Decide who will be champions. Shane Watson beside me. No real decision to be made at the toss. It seems like just win the toss and have a bowl.
Yes, Nasser, it's lovely to be here for this big event. Yes, absolutely. With the statistics of 11 games, one batting second, you have to go with it. But the one thing from the Kiwis' perspective is it is a bit dry surface tonight. So it might play into their hands by losing the toss.
Yeah, we saw in that IPL final, if you can get a first innings score above par, and with a Kiwi attack, you can definitely defend that. And as Shane Watson says, this is a dry pitch, and the pressure of a run chase in a final could tell. So New Zealand first job, get a score, and apply pressure to Australia. Mitchell, the hero from that semi-final win against England, and the very experienced Martin Guptill come out to the middle. There'll be nerves now, however many games you've played, wherever you've played in the world, there will be nerves. Interesting to see if the ball swings. The left armers, both the left armers in this game, Bolt and Stark, have swung the new ball. So this will be a real challenge. Guptill in particular struggles at times with that ball swinging back in from a left armour. And the two left armers have gone full, as did Shane Shah-Afridi do here when he bowled. Both sides taking a knee and continued fight against racism and any kind of discrimination. Mitchell Stark has been excellent against right-handers in this tournament. 8 wickets at 13 apiece. So he'll be pleased to see 3 right-handers at the top of the order for New Zealand. Umpire Erasmus says play. Mitchell Stark is at the end of his run. He turns, and the action is about to begin. No swing there, a bit slingy. He gets that first one out the way.
Yes, anytime you start a game, there's always a bit of nerves from a batting perspective. From a bowler, you've got that brand new ball in your hand, hoping you get on the right side of the ball. That ball didn't swing for Mitchell Stark straight up, but Martin Guptill against the Australians in the last, since the 2016 T20 World Cup, has been outstanding. He's been in great touch. He's performed very, very well, and the Australians are going to know this. That's why this first over, while the ball's swinging, his first 3 overs are going to be so important to try and burst through.
Short hit, nailed, first boundary of the final.
Martin Guptill saw that the ball didn't swing. We've been waiting for that ball to turn around the corner a little bit, and there was none. He stood up on it absolutely beautifully. Didn't try and overhit it. Came off the toe of the bat, but it still flew away. That brand new ball flying away. Martin Guptill showing some aggression and dominance nice and early on in this game.
Yeah, it came off the toe end of the bat, but the placing was good. They got 3 men there. They've done their homework for Guptill. There's 3 men square of the wicket waiting for a catch. They go there again. This time it goes down to 3rd man. It's a single.
It's very interesting to see that the ball has not swung at all. It's just been angling straight across. I haven't really seen this from Mitchell Starc in the past. Normally there's always a bit of bend in that ball, that brand new ball. Daryl Mitchell, what a star he was against England. Goodness me, he held his nerve so beautifully. He's been a revelation for New Zealand at the top of the order. Just to get off to a solid start, and especially against the quicks, he's been scoring very quickly.
Plenty of stars to watch on both sides. Australia don't get their stars together that often. Nicely timed, finds mid-on. .72 he got against England, but it's not just the runs, the way he did it. They needed 57 off the last 4 overs. And Mitchell and Neesham knocked him off. He was quite outstanding. Took his time. On a reasonably big ground, started to find the boundary. Brilliant innings, match-winning innings. And he do the same in the final. Down the pitch slightly, tucks it away. Fine leg should cut it off. It's Hazelwood down there. And the relay might come back for 3. They do. Good running.
Excellent hustle between the wickets from Guptill and Mitchell there. Josh Hazelwood does a long backhand flick from the boundary as a relay throw to Mitchell Marsh. But New Zealand is showing the intent. They're taking the game to Mitchell Starc and the Australians here.
I don't think they were that impressed. You can see the skipper in the background. They weren't that impressed with the backhand flick because there was no one there.
Haven't really seen that relay throw for a while.
Slightly off the edge, but a good start. A good start for New Zealand. It's 9 from 1 over. Batters approaching milestones. 3 runs, Guptill for most runs in T20 internationals. Williamson's had a quiet tournament, but in a big game he's the sort of guy you expect to stand up, and Warner has got better and better, gone from strength to strength. Shows how dry the surface is there when you see Guptill take guard. So New Zealand will know, get a score. We have 2 spinners. That is dry.
You see Guptill scratching away there around the crease line, and it's definitely a dry surface here in the final. Not much humidity around either for that ball to swing.
Hazelwood with the 2nd over.
Josh Hazelwood's been great in the power play for Australia throughout this tournament. Mitchell Ketterborough in the big game. Great umpire, great decision maker, saying his 30th T20 international. And one of my favourites, Murray Erasmus, his 35th T20 international.
Yeah, a lot of the players really like and enjoy Murray's attitude on the field. Pretty calm, and he gets on well with the players. Straight, that's been the difference. Straight from Hazelwood. He doesn't try and swing it much. Big game preparations were underway very early. Little tufts of grass on the pitch, but much less than we've had here before. Various pitch reports, various looks at pitches from bowlers, batters, captains. They all made the same verdict. Pad dry.
Can really see straight up the ball's not zipping through as much as it has done previously here. This is where Hazelwood, because he's not trying to swing the boards, He's got it easy to be able to really control this brand new ball, hitting the top of the stumps, but there really isn't going to be much sideways movement at all. The cutters.
Does that mean, Shane, you have to make use of the power play even more as a batter? Do you think you'll get harder out the power play? These 6 overs vital?
Will be, absolutely. Once you get through these first couple overs, you do have to make the most of it on a wicket like this.
Very good from Hazlewood. Back of the length, straight.
And it won't take the Australians too long at all. Now they've seen the ball not swinging to bowl cross seam. Really try and make the most out of the potential variation. It's great hustle by Mitchell Marsh there to cut that ball down. But the natural variation by holding the ball cross seam, whether it hits your shiny side and skips through a little bit, or hits the seam, the cross seam, and bounces a little bit, and also try and rough that ball up and make the most of the conditions that you got here tonight.
Paul Fine. Fine leg is very wide, too wide, and that will go away for 4.
Josh Hazlewood testing out the middle of the wicket to see how much zip there was. And there wasn't much. Just didn't get it high enough. He's got the line right, but just didn't get it high enough, and Guptill just swiveled on it very nicely. He would have been aware. You could see Guptill there would have been aware that fine leg was very, very square. So he just had to get a little piece on it, swivel around it. It's a great start from Guptill. Get the New Zealanders away to a really good start here.
Good comeback. Back on the money, Hazlewood. 13 for none after 2.
Just 4 runs from that over from Josh Hazlewood at the end of 2 overs. New Zealand score is 13 runs.
Like immediately we're going to have a change. Warner pointed to Stark and said, stay at long on. It's like we're going to have a power play over from Maxwell. Aussies often do this. Round the wicket to the right-hander, Glenn Maxwell will try and sneak through one over here. Remember, Australia 4 frontline bowlers, and they try and get through Maxwell and Marsh and Stoinis. Depends how the conditions and which bowler's bowling best on the day. Opportunity for New Zealand. Are they going to attack this 5th bowler? Stand and deliver. Are they going to attack Maxwell? You bet they are.
Mitchell has made his intentions very, very clear. Maxwell, I'm not going to let you settle whatsoever. You've got mid-on and mid-off up. If you get a little bit full, I'm taking it down. The form that Mitchell's in, the confidence that he's got just to be able to hit through the line of the ball. No real turn there. Very brave batting from Mitchell.
Mid-on still up, so he can go again. Slightly straighter, so he couldn't free his hands. That's where Maxwell's good. Maxwell thinks like a batter, so he had the feeling he might go again. He just went a fraction straighter. Here is that 6, just an extension of the arms without running down the pitch.
Power of Mitchell just to be able to stand there and trust his power and his swing of the bat.
Still the same 2 out, deep mid-wicket and deep square leg, so he's going to have to be straight here. Oh, now was there an edge there? Smile from Maxwell, was there an edge?
Gosh, with that field, mid-on, mid-off up, it'd be so tempting for Guptill and Mitchell to not just use your feet and premeditate and go down the wicket. There was an inside edge there. Tough catches, bottom edge from Wade.
Bowling it slightly shorter because of the reason, Shane Watson. What you'd have been running at this before Maxwell set off, to be honest.
It wasn't a big charge, like to really charge down the wicket, but goodness me, I'd have been loading up to try and get down the wicket a bit with one big step.
A little bit of spin there. Wade hurries. 23 for none.
Mitchell's timing just to be able to stand there and hit through the line of the ball. Beautiful long swing of the bat. 122 kilometres off the bat for a beautiful swing of the bat. Nice height, 19.8 metres with the apex. And that went a long way for a beautiful, just a nice timing swing of the bat.
A good start from New Zealand. Often in these finals, the partnership hasn't got many. Under pressure and under nerves, they often lose an early wicket, but this is an excellent start from New Zealand. Shot of the day so far. Punched off the back foot.
Wow, that's an incredible shot from Guptill. That was not a bad ball at all. A tiny bit short from Hazlewood. No room. That was just outside off stump, and Guptill just stood up on that beautifully. Hitting it right under his eyes. Placed it to perfection. Guptill's on tonight. Look out, Aussies.
Guptill's thinking of two. I think it's only one. It is. So let's have a look at the fantasy picks this evening. A lot of you have gone for Davey Warner. Adam Zampa bowls brilliantly in those middle overs. Neesham, the finisher, start with wickets at the top and at the end. Same for Trent Boult. You're hoping that David Warner has a night out. Third man comes up, Stark on the single, and there's a deep, as you can see in the background underneath the scoreboard there, backward point on defence.
That is an interesting field position to be able to have a deep backward point. Like he's a long way around. With the way this wicket is, it's not really really zipping through. So Aaron Finch and the Aussies have obviously done a lot of research and looked at the footage of where Daryl Mitchell does hit the ball through the offside. But it's a pretty unusual sort of position.
It is sometimes with positions like that. You neither cover one nor t'other. You neither cover third man or deep point. You just go in between. So far, so good with it, though. This is a good comeback from Hazlewood. In fact, it's been an excellent over. There was nothing wrong with the first delivery.
And so is the form that Guptill's in at the moment. It's hitting the ball beautifully. Hazlewood just doing his thing. Running in with energy behind the ball. Hitting the top of the stumps with his advantage of his height and bounce. And now that backward point's now moved to on square. To a more conventional deep point. Which is normally where batsmen, if they're going hard, they do normally hit it through the offside on square.
Slow ball, as it carried, it has. Beautiful bowling from Hazlewood. He ran his fingers down the side of the ball, and Australia have their first.
Josh Hazlewood rolling his fingers down the side of the ball, the cross seam. Just a little feather. You could see Daryl Mitchell trying to open up that offside. Lovely catch, diving forward from Matthew Wade. And Josh Hazlewood breaks through again in the power play for the Aussies. New Zealand got off to a very, very good start. Australians. Daryl Mitchell now goes for 11 off 8 balls. New Zealand 28 for 1.
Skipper's in, world-class player, Kane Williamson. Strike rate's low, but he's a big match player, that is for certain. He also likes to just run it off the face. There is a gully there, just waiting for that so he doesn't get off strike.
Right on!
Finds the fielder, and Hazlewood has a wicket in the power play again, 28 for 1.
Lovely bowling, great change up. The first off-speed ball that Josh Hazlewood had bowled. You see how much it means to the Australians. Daryl Mitchell had been on fire. That semi-final knock, no one will forget that. Josh Hazlewood standing up again.
Fast bowling keeps coming. Hazlewood, 2 overs, 1 for 9, and then Pat Cummins comes on at the other end. Oh, Cummins has an unusual field. Not often Pat Cummins bowls with a long off, but that's exactly what Cummins has got, is a long off. Well, Shane Watson mentioned cross-seam deliveries, didn't he? He said on a pitch like this, go cross-seam. It was also just something he rolled his fingers down the side of the ball. Probably Mitchell with the field and the change in the field was just trying to run it off the face of the bat. He ended up nicking it. Stayed slightly leg side of it.
It's these first 2 balls from Pat Cummins. It looks like it is just sticking in the wicket a little bit. Martin Guptill's been very dominant against the Australians over the last 4 or 5 years. His strengths. He smashed his wrist spin. Well, yes, for his sake against Adam Zampa, he'll be hoping tonight. Good against slower balls. Leg side dominant. His strike rates always very good against spin and quicks.
Yeah, I think all the bowlers, all the seamers in the 3 venues have worked out that it is a little bit too pace surfaces. And even this one, you can see it just sitting in the surface. So that's what it's played into Hazlewood and Cummins' hands. Just keep hitting the splice of the bat and let the pitch do the work. Cross-seamer, I reckon, with a little bit of pace off there from Cummins.
And you can see that change of pace, that off-cutter grabbing into the surface as well and turning a little bit. So it's going to be very much noted from all the bowlers out there tonight. Cross-seam is going to be the way to go. If in doubt, bowl into the wicket. Your cutters, either way, leg cutter, off-cutter, you know that there's going to be a little bit of bite in the surface as well.
Where does he want his catcher? Just backward point, stay on the edge, and point, come in catching.
Yeah.
Williamson away.
Josh Hazlewood set up Daryl Mitchell so beautifully with the field, that square fielder behind, way behind point. And Mitchell nailed 2 back foot drives, went straight to the fielder, trying to open up the offside there. And you could see Mitchell just give himself a little bit too much room there. And Hazlewood just setting him up so nicely.
.30 for 1, excellent start from Cummins.
Australia have really assessed conditions very well. They've adapted accordingly as well. What a start for Australia in this final. The wicket of Mitchell showed some great form in that semi-final. Is one of the reasons why New Zealand are here. Seamers have been brilliant in this power play. Hazelwood into his third over. He's gone for just 9 runs, and he's got the wicket of Mitchell. Couldn't ask for much better from the Australian bowlers in this power play. Good evening, Danny.
Hello, Natalie Germanis. What an occasion here at the Ring of Fire and the Trans-Tasman rivals. Hashtag loving it. Look at this, 22 yards, and a lot of us were out there having a look, and I know there's so much cricket play in this day and age, but not a lot of grass on it in terms of live grass. We have seen a bit of it, and it's just allowed the ball maybe to slide on a little bit better under lights later. So the concern, and understandably, you win the toss and you bowl, given the numbers, the freaky numbers. What, 11 out of 12 in terms of results have been by the side fielding first and chasing it down. So let's just see if the New Zealanders can get something really competitive here.
Yeah, you wonder what is competitive. It's been so brilliant, Australia, in this power play. What will be competitive for New Zealand? It is a final. There's extra pressure, of course, on both of these teams. Neither team has lifted the men's trophy. He may have some work to do a bit later on, Tim Southee.
Well, we've gone on about the tall timber that is Australia and how tall they are, and everyone loves to be in this 8-metre length, and we've also mentioned at length over this World Cup is that you have to be into it, whether it's hard length pace on or the tennis ball cutters and across the seam for these quick men. And you've got Hazelwood, Stark and Cummins, all 6'4", 5 and 6. So they do have that distinctive advantage if there's any variation in the surface. Oh, that's a lovely line. In terms of closing it down, and Shane Watson was on about the group in the way Mitchell got out, and it's just about honing in this test match line and length. Makes it very difficult if you're trying to hit through the ball on the up or do something a little outside your comfort zone, which Mitchell did. He wanted to get leg side a bit more and then nicked out.
Five dot balls. Pressure on New Zealand. Last ball of the power play. That should be safe. There isn't anybody in that area that's going to take the catch, but it will get cut off. Stoinis does the fielding, and that ends the power play in the final, 32 for 1.
They're only just over 5s. Intensity of the final. Tough gig. Trying to get on with the game inside the power play.
Well, considering the previous results at this ground, it was always going to be tough for New Zealand batting first. And they've now been restricted to their lowest power play score in the ICC Men's T20 World Cup in this edition. So what is competitive? Danny, you were talking about what is competitive. Can New Zealand put up something that's competitive on this surface? This surface, something that's competitive, maybe different to what we've seen from Dubai through the tournament.
Down, nice Maxwell.
Interesting that they're continuing with Maxwell after the power play. This sort of zone has really belonged to Adam Zampa.
Yeah, well, Natalie, that's the million-dollar question, isn't it? What are they going to be content with, given that everyone's gone on about 180? Well, by looking at the surface,
It is a lot slower. Variations in pace from the bowlers, and colleagues have been saying, yeah, you can see that it doesn't come on, perhaps, as you've mentioned, as slick as it has been earlier in the tournament, given there's been so much cricket played on it. So, yeah, Kane Williamson just surveying the scene, checking where the fielders are in the deep.
Oh, nice, Max.
Well, one of the weaknesses New Zealand may have looked at from a bowling point of view for Australia is that fifth bowler and what they could do with the fifth bowler. Maxwell and Stoinis in the previous game, in the semi-final, in those 4 overs went for just over 30 runs. 11 of those came from Stoinis. It's got to be something that they may be targeting, but the surface may change that, because if there's a bit of turn, not much pace in it, may be difficult to attack Maxwell, possibly.
Oh, that is close.
Yeah, well, just that previous one where Guptill nodded up the pitch to his captain and came over and said, hey, listen, let's just hang in there. It's not what everyone in the pundits have been saying. You got to get 180. There's that golden figure of 180 in terms of trying to post something really big and positive. Reassess it. Reassess on the evening, have a look at the pitch, and that may have come back to like 160, 165. It's New Zealand. They boast Ish Sodhi and Mitch Santner. Of course, we're going and surmising here, but of course it's going to be the first half, and that's the fascination. What can New Zealand post? And then the intensity of a final. Lose a wicket or two in the power play and then get strangled a little in the middle, and it's a different ball game.
Australia will be smiling at the moment. It's just 5 singles off that over. 37 for 1. Well, this power play score in the end is New Zealand's lowest in the tournament. They've generally been pretty good with the start. They're certainly good with the ball, but today was a little bit different thanks to the conditions. We saw some lovely shots up front from Guptill and Mitchell, but then eventually Mitchell fell through. Maybe a little bit of frustration to Hazelwood. Wasn't able to score freely through the offside as he may have liked. Hazelwood bowling 3 of his overs in the power play, going for just 11 runs and picking up the wicket that's fallen. Absolutely brilliant.
Now the run miser, Hazelwood. Right on cue for you, Natalie Germanis. Here he is in those middle overs. Well, one of the bowlers of the tournament for this ICC Men's T20 World Cup, most definitely. Wicket, strike rate, look at the economy, quite brilliant. Certainly conditions, I think he'll quite relish here in this final.
Yeah, this has been his zone. He's owned this passage of play from over 7 to 15. He's taken wickets. He's been economical as well. He's got a fifer to his name. And tonight, we could very well see a little bit of turn from him as well. There hasn't been that much turn on offer through the tournament. It's just behind Hasaranga. His tournament is obviously over, so got a chance possibly to catch him as the top wicket taker for the tournament.
Yeah.
And this is where he ties the game up. All of those dozen wickets of his has been in the middle overs, and he's the go-to guy for Aaron Finch straight after the 6 overs are done. Here we are in the 8th. Let's take centre stage. The wrist spin.
Oh, geez, that's close.
Glaring stat, 24 dots already for the New Zealanders.
Yep. You can keep counting, Danny. It's the way this is going at the moment. Australia are really racking up the dot balls.
Listen, mate. Sun is out. He's got the hat on. Watto's loving that from the back of the box.
Oh, that's nice.
A lot to smile about, as you say, Natalie. The Aussies loving this. Toss went their way, and then Zampa in this T20s of this year. A lot of them do not give the stumps away. Looking to hit the stumps. LBW, that mode of dismissal. LBW, little nick to the keeper. Rattling the poles. Oof, brilliant.
Down. Yeah, nice.
Yeah, Zampa so accurate through the tournament. He's been aiming for those stumps. 40 for 1.
And as per Adam Zampa, giving little away. And given the 22 yards, quite a handful it would seem. What a great sight. Ring of fire here in Dubai.
Well, we just started this passage of play after the power play. So far, just 8 runs from it for New Zealand. Their best in this stage, 71 for 1. I wouldn't mind a few of those in this final. Got batting to come with Phillips. Seifert into the side today. Jimmy Neesham can hit a ball a long way. It'll be interesting to see how much of a difference it makes not having Conway there. Conway has had some good partnerships with Williamson throughout the tournament. Williamson may have not been in his best touch, but he's really added a lot of runs with Conway. They've had, I think, I can remember 3-4 good partnerships.
Oh, 100%. So you're not been going so well yourself as the skipper that is, in terms of allowing Conway to do that. He's not playing tonight, as we all know. He's got a busted hand. Now you've got Mitch Marsh into proceedings in this final. A little tweak of the field, given that it's Kane Williamson on strike. There's 2 men just behind point, short third. The moment, they're only dealing in singles here, Kiwis.
Well, this was in the semi-final against England, and that's where he actually sustained the injury. He had played brilliantly, played some wonderful shots, in particular the 6 that he played square of the wicket. He ended up breaking his hand, punching his bat.
Spoke to Luke Ronke. Again, not full-blooded. It's only going to be one more. And he's broken right on the outside of the hand there, near the little finger. Crazy. And your folks out, they've been watching this World Cup, and mum and dad are here, and take a blow, Devon.
He may want to go home and work on his punching technique if he's broken the outside of the little finger.
New gloves. Sort them out.
Or maybe just don't do it after a semi-final, just before a final, possibly. A lot of dot balls, just a few singles as well. Those last 12 balls. Innovation, and it was required for New Zealand. That's been desperately needed.
Boundary after 32 deliveries in the final. Oh, desperation to the max here from the captain. Cross seamer, yeah, little flick of the wrist there from Mitch Marsh. A little bit of subtle more movement, trying to get a little bit of a way movement, Mitchell Marsh, but it's just skidded through, much to the delight of New Zealand fans.
Only 4 4s and 1 6 so far in the innings. And we're already in the 9th over, getting close to the halfway stage. So much power in that, and the placement is perfect. 50 up for New Zealand.
Out of their seats, some of them. Oh, yes. Yeah. Right out of the middle. And straight to the fence. One to go. Back-to-back boundaries here from Williamson. He finished the over here, make it a biggie for New Zealand.
Oh dear. He's hit him on the grill. It looks like he's okay. He's smiling. 51 for 1.
Yeah, I think it might have been one of those change-ups. Just holding in the pitch here from Marsh. Just banged it in. Wasn't really quick and lethal. The bounce was the factor there for Kane Williamson on the charge. Wasn't a bad blow in the end, and a bit of a chuckle from Finch. Marsh. Tommy Simsick out there just to make sure.
Previous ball of the last over, just a hit of the grill with Williamson batting. It was a dot ball in the end after what was a really good over for New Zealand. 11 runs coming from it, so just going through the protocol, making sure he's okay. Run rate now has jumped up to 5.67. Williamson, he needed a few boundaries for his team. Have a look at that. It's just tracking the shot at the launch speed as well.
He knows it, he senses it. He's had to flick the switch a little bit, somewhat. 11 overs left for those in black. Missed out in the final. He said he's been a revelation. There's Daryl Mitchell coming up. So only just got the double figures, and then he's the man out. Conway in the dugout.
Zampa's first over going for 3. And New Zealand find something here to neutralise him. He's been so good, hasn't been going for runs, he's been picking up wickets as well. It's such a crucial period, especially in the context of this game and how it's gone. Zampa, this is when he operates. First over, including 3 dot balls as well. Hazelwood certainly stands out on that scorecard. 1 for 11 in his 3 overs.
Thought about 2. Really did think about it there. Williamson thought better of it. You just feel it. Feel the energy and the vibe here. With the fans sitting here in the stadium and saying, who's going to cut loose or try to have a crack here?
Yeah, look at Guptill at the moment. 26 of 32. He'll be wanting to improve that strike rate, and it might have to come soon. Just 10 overs to go after this. Williamson going at a runner ball, so nobody's really getting a move on just yet. When is the time to put the foot on the accelerator?
Now we're going to have a drinks break very shortly. So coaching staff, they get together. Timmy Seifert into the side for Devon Conway. The hot tin roof. Some very good finishes for New Zealand, but they certainly get more of a wriggle on here.
He's just so accurate. Zampa is very good in terms of his pace as well and assessing the situation. Just feel like something may have to give. Whether it's coming from the batting side or the bowling side remains to be seen. It won't be this over. Just 6 singles from it, and we've reached the halfway stage in terms of overs in this final. It's 57 for 1, and it's now time to have a drinks break.
Right, mixed bag for New Zealand so far. 57 for 1 from 10 overs on a surface that looked pretty good to bat on. The first 3 overs produced 23. Some bold shots early on from Guptill and from Mitchell, especially that one early on against Maxwell. And a little inner edge, always tough for the keeper. And I think that was probably the shot of the morning. Then that little edge, it was dying in front of Wade, but he held on. And thereafter, you'll see the shots in the highlights, but it just seemed as if the innings had been becalmed. It's only Williamson breaking free with those 2 boundaries in the 9th over of Mitch Marsh. That's taken them to 57 for 1 of 10 overs. Simon Dool alongside me, about 9-10 lower than where they'd like to be.
Yeah, evening, Harsha. A little bit of intent shown from Kane Williamson. Problem being, as you said, 23 off the first 3, just 34 off the next 7 overs, so only going a tick under 5 and over. Brilliant bowling, some very good work from the Australian seamers, and the spinner in Adam Zampa, who's always going to be one of the keys for mine. I just wonder what New Zealand's plan is around Adam Zampa, and maybe an opportunity to target him. At the moment, Australia are able to just go through their own process without having to change much.
None of those numbers are any good for New Zealand. 8 and over, 137, that's not good enough. Though by now, both teams would have had a very good idea what a good score is. And I don't think 137 would be in those plans. Question is, who takes the lead? Williamson's 18 of 19, but Guptill's in 33 balls. They need to play a few more attacking shots. Here's Stark from round the wicket. Saw some numbers, Dooley, that came across from our analysts. Teams batting first play 51% attacking shots. Teams batting second 56. New Zealand today only 43.
Yeah, and this has been the issue around why Daryl Mitchell was brought to the top of the order. Martin Guptill, in the last little while, hasn't been as aggressive up front as one would expect, and as he has been in the past. And although he's still there, struggling a little bit tonight, but he now needs to kick on a little bit. It's not easy. It's not an easy pitch, and Australia are bowling beautifully. He's got to find a way, though.
Just a single. You were down there doing the pitch report with Bish this morning. What did you make of it then? And have you seen anything that suggests things might be different?
Well, what I did make of it was bat first. It didn't suggest to me bowl first at all, this surface. Bat first, you have to put a number on the board that is around about that 155, 160 mark. And I think if you do, you're more than capable of winning the game. It's a pitch that looked slightly slower than we have seen. Still good, but I just think that batting first is not a bad thing. I don't believe there'll be dew tonight. It wasn't a very warm day, and it hasn't got really cool tonight.
They'll take a chance on the throwing arm and take it successfully for 2.
New Zealand have to find out and figure out a way, and the two of the best men on the side to do that, to figure that out, are at the crease now. The reason I asked the question around Zampa, would New Zealand have the courage to promote Mitchell Santner and just say, play some shots, take Zampa on for us, come off for an over? He hits a very long ball, Mitch Santner. Is it worth that left-handed option next?
Oh, shot. No, taken. No, not taken. And 4. Everything happened. Went beautifully off the bat. Found the fielder. Dropped 4. Oh, it's a story in itself, that one ball.
Well, most are in this T20 format, Harsha, but that one does tell a story. Josh Hazlewood straight to him. Now, some say that in this stadium, the ring of fire, the lights, just, you lose the ball consistently. Perhaps that was the case. It certainly went to him quickly. Tipped it over the bar.
Got to ask yourself that, was it high enough to come out of the lights for him? He's looking good now. He is looking very, very good, Williamson. Gee, he's decided the time's come.
I'll tell you what, Midoff had 6 metres, 7 metres to run to stop that. That was met with absolute precision timing from Kane Williamson. Look at him hold the pose there. Hasn't gone straight, it's gone wide of the bowler and just raced away for 4.
I thought Mitchell's punch of the back foot. Now this one, 2 shots. They'll go in every highlights package. Oops. Should be called no ball. This could be a very, very big over. It is by Murray Erasmus. And it's a boundary. It's already 12 of it. Could this be the break-free over?
Well, 17 now. This is an incredible shot from Kane Williamson. To have the wherewithal to still get that 147-kilometre beamer, basically, into that mid-wicket region is quite incredible. Stark, though, has to be careful. Another one of those slipping out of the hand. Done for the night. Free hit for Williamson.
I thought Williamson might hang in. Guptill might take the lead. 17 of this over so far. There is a fielder there. Oh, he does well eventually. He does well eventually. It's still 19. What an over for New Zealand. It's 76 for 1.
Very interesting here, Marcus Stoinis. He got up very gingerly. Remember, he's just coming off an injury. He is not looking good. I look out the window now and he's on his haunches. He is not looking good, Marcus Stoinis. Just wonder whether he might have tweaked something again. Not looking comfortable at all.
His first reaction when he got up was to grab his hamstring. It's funny, everyone thinks that it's a one-dimensional game. It's got so many ebbs and flows, this T20 game. And we're starting to see some here. Overs number 9 and 11. Big. Started off well, then a wicket. Then you see those little stunted columns. Now they're starting to rise again. How do they play Zampa though? 9 of 2. How do they play him? They play him like that. There's a fielder underneath, and the fielder will take it. Somebody had to take on Zampa. Guptill said, I will. Couldn't clear Stoinis. And just as the game was moving New Zealand's way, they've lost another. Guptill gone for 28 at 76 for 2.
Well, you ask yourself the question after a brilliant over of batting from Kane Williamson, is this necessary? Just didn't get it at all, Martin Guptill. He struggled throughout the night, struggled to get his strike rate up. All he did was found Marcus Stoinis on that occasion. So Guptill on his way. He's out for 28 off 35. It is 76 for 2.
In at number 4 is Glenn Phillips. Comes with a huge reputation as a 6-hitter. Not so much in this tournament so far, but this could be the day. It's Williamson in strike, though. He's had a wonderful last 10 minutes.
Nice bowling. Marshy, moving, mate.
Yeah, this is the time, isn't it, for Glenn Phillips to take some of that franchise T20 form and bring it to the international level. Struggled to find his timing, Martin Guptill, most of the night. One beautiful back foot punch. Apart from that, struggled to find the time.
In an innings of 30 balls or more, that was Martin Guptill's lowest strike rate. Made his reputation really as a free-stroking batsman. 16.5 meters. Yeah, he had the time. You might look at that 3.8 and say, oops, no, 3.8's a fair amount of time, especially if you've been able to see the trajectory all the way.
The great thing about this ground is the pockets, and we're right in the centre of the ground as well on this pitch. The pockets are big. If you miss-hit it, you will be caught in those mid-wicket, extra cover areas, backward square. So it really does bring the spinners into play, and Zampa has been impeccable throughout the tournament. Pick of the Australian bowlers by a stretch.
I think it a very short list for a player of the tournament. Just one. Really, nobody has taken him on over a period of time.
Yeah, what are the other names you can think of? Rizwan, Babar Azam, Adam Zampa.
Big shot again here, Zorbi. Come on. Run down here,
There's
Zorbi.
not many on that list.
Yeah, running.
Well, they're going to take on the arm. Yes, they are. They'll get 2. Now Zampa's 1 for 13. Look at this. This is the end of the 12th over. Zampa 1 for 13. Hazelwood 1 for 11. That's 6 overs for 24. You cannot concede. You cannot allow 6 overs to go by for 24 when you're looking to set 170. I know Dooley said 160, but I don't know. I think in a final 170, Australia bat deep. One is all. They'll get 5 of the over. It's 81 for 2.
Once again from Zampa. Very good over wicket. 5 runs. Wicket off the first ball. Martin Guptill. 3 overs, 1 for 14.
It's pretty cool. There's a final going on. Okay, everyone, turn around. 12 overs gone. This is an excellent final. 6.75 and over. Oh, so good to see Sean Pollock. What a huge moment for him earlier today to be inducted in the ICC Hall of Fame. That's what you play for, isn't it? You play tough, hard. Eventually your peers, your colleagues respect you after you're done. So good to see Sean Pollock there. Mahela Jayawardena, another fine player. And Jeanette Britton. Many years ago, Jeanette Britton had come to India with an England women's team. Remember seeing her play. Just went through the shot before the ball came. It's a leg by.
Maxwell's interested. Really interested. Trouble is height. Pitching leg, holding its line perhaps. Finch is asking about the height. Too late, Aaron.
Talk to me, somebody. He said, talk to me.
I didn't think it was bad. Where's it pitching? Maybe just outside, actually. Maybe just outside. Williamson got very low. Not sure it was going over. Remain umpire's call, maybe, but I think it might have just pitched outside. Very good, Murray Erasmus.
He called leg by very early. There was a little sound as it passed, but the umpire called it leg by. But he called it very early.
Is there a little under edge on it?
I heard a sound as it passed, but then Murray Erasmus was there. And as I said, he called it very early while the timer was still on. Third over for Maxwell. 6.5 and over. Right over for 6. That is not Phillips, that is Williamson. 45 of 31, the one man who's taken on the Aussies today.
What is that? It is incredible power and timing with just one hand. Watch the hand come off the bat. Bottom hand comes off and just extends with that top hand, his left hand. That is quite incredible.
I saw Rishabh Pant hit 2 sixes like that, but I reckon that boundary is about 78 meters over there anyway, and it's cleared it. Cleared it well, cleared it by a few meters. Oh, and he goes again, he puts it in the gap, but it doesn't matter. Why would you worry about the gaps when you're sailing over? 50 comes up. Oh, the captain. He is playing an astonishingly good innings today.
He was 15 off 16. Next 16 balls, he's gone to a half century. Wonderful hitting from Kane Williamson. Not done yet. Taking to Maxwell, looking at this fifth bowling. Remember, he was aggressive against Mitchell Marsh as well. Looking to take on Australia's fifth and sixth bowling options and not allowing them to settle.
I actually thought the most qualified of those was Marcus Stoinis, but he's hardly bowled in this series. Oh, he's lost it completely. What happened there?
It's also the fastest 50 in a T20 World Cup final for men. Umar Sangakkara and Joe Root. 33 balls prior to this from Williamson.
Sangakkara, Root, Williamson, what's in common? Brilliant all-condition, all-format players. It's another good over this. 16 came off it. It's 97 for 2.
Well, it's a big over from a New Zealand and Australian point of view. It was the last over from the not so recognised bowler. Marsh bowled 1. Maxwell was bowling his 3rd. So New Zealand have taken that 5th bowling option for 39. Along with that 39 from the 5th bowling option, they've taken Mitchell Starc for 28. But it's been Hazelwood, Maxwell, Zampa, Hazelwood, Cummins and Zampa, sorry, who have been exceptional.
I think there's an opportunity here for New Zealand. 7 overs left. Cummins has to bowl 3. You go after him in this over, and suddenly Finch is looking for bowlers. Now, there was that was the ball. Just as well they didn't take the review, because there was a little contact with the toe edge of the bat, and that's what we heard.
So would Williamson have gained an extra run because Murray Erasmus still signalled leg by?
The team got it anyway. Now nobody's hit more sixes in T20s in 2021 than Glenn Phillips. 93, but only 4 in this tournament. Well, how are you going? You've already gone after Starc. 1 over though, not in 2, in 1 of those 2 overs. Now if you go after Cummins, Marsh and Maxwell, that they've bowled out, and Zampa's only got 1 more. Take a chance in this over. A lot of batting to come. What he will do though, and he's very good at, Cummins, is taking pace off the ball. Remember that outstanding over, not enough talked about it, was a turning point. 19th over against Pakistan, where he only conceded 3. There you go, 81 meters. As I said, about a 78-meter boundary. Cleared it by 2 or 3 meters. Not as high. One of the things his apex heights are telling us is the ball's not as high as we thought they were. Remember all those lines about, oh, it went so high, Metaneros is on the way. Remember all those?
Important for Glenn Phillips to continue to rotate the strike here just for a moment until he gets himself settled in. Williamson's been very strong leg side this evening. He's been picking up his boundaries in that particular area.
That's an interesting pattern. Whenever Kane Williamson hit a boundary, is it another of the next ball? So does it mean by induction, therefore, that he has to keep hitting boundaries? Because then he's hit a boundary the previous ball. 51 of 33, been absolutely brilliant. Well, just a single. Let's take a look at a magic moment then.
In the air, Srishan takes it. India win.
Such a story around that shot from Misbah. Ball didn't arrive. Excellent slow ball. Srishan takes the catch. India wins. Creates a T20 revolution on the subcontinent. The world's now engulfed, and here we are playing another T20 World Cup final. 157 for 5. Pakistan made 152. And remember, the 3 balls still to come. He did a 6 the previous ball, I think. One of those was a wide, so it was all pretty much in their grasp. 100 comes up. New Zealand at 7.2 and over. Just clears the fielder, just wide of the man. Just 5, very clever over that. 102 for 2.
Wonderful bowling again from Pat Cummins. You said it, Harsha, clever, pace off, time and time again, into the surface, giving Williamson nothing to work with. The new man, Phillips, finding it hard to get started, and I think that'll be the theme for the night. You want players to bat through, to continue on, at least one player, because it's not easy to get started.
Remember him? Shoaib Akhtar's here.
A little bit disappointed with the final combinations in the final after some of his social media comments of late.
You follow?
No, but when you say controversial things, people seem to tag you in them.
He was fast though. He was fast. Okay, what have we got here? Zampa. Zampa's changed ends. This is interesting. Oh, lovely. There's the first. He's got a reputation for hitting big ones. And he hit that so easily.
Great wrists, Glenn Phillips. Very quick through the ball. Watch the head stay down. Really powerful man.
So who's taking down Zampa? He got 5 balls. He's only conceded 20 so far.
Yeah, well, maybe the conversation is around, Glenn, you have to go in this over. Kane Williamson will maybe look to bat through the innings, anchor the innings through at least until the 18th, 17th, 18th over. But Phillips has got to continue to keep that strike rate high.
That's what it will be. Phillips, Seifert, Neesham, everybody. Because Williamson's batting 154. You know, that drops a little bit. If he finishes at 145, that's a fine innings. But the other end, they've got to get New Zealand to 170. Oh, lovely, lovely ball. Didn't hear anything as the ball passed.
It's uncertainty around Phillips. It's not far away from being in the slot again, but he's just tried to nurdle it instead of actually being aggressive again.
So often when someone hits a 6 and takes a single, we say, oh, he's played that well. Someone asked me, but why not hit another 6 if you can? Sometimes when you get a 6 of an over, you tell yourself, right, let's make this a 12-run over. Why not a 16-run over? If it's in your grasp.
Yeah, the big thing maybe as well from a New Zealand's point of view is Adam Zampa, we've talked about, has been crucial to Australia, particularly with taking wickets. So maybe it is around let's see it out. Hit the pad with that 1-2 balls ago. You can see that there, no issue.
Well, at least it hit the pad. There have been occasions when it hit nothing in recent times. It was amazing. Ever happened to you that your bat handle had a little creak?
My bats were always broken. Sure, I thought they were.
It was lovely function this earlier this evening. Jayawardene Pollock and Angela Bainbridge was a dear friend of Jeanette Britton. Was a lovely player for England, as I said, through late 70s, 80s. Oh, he's found the gap again. This is now Phillips saying, count me in, I'm here to play the final.
I like that from Phillips. Just a little bit wider, a little bit fuller from Zampa. Picking the right area. It's hit the outside third of the bat, but he keeps that head down and places it beautifully.
Still think they need 170, 175. They need these two to keep going. 15 of 11 now, Phillips. Another very good over, 12. This one from Zampa with a ball to come. And 12 it will be. 114 for 2.
Last 5 overs, 57 for 1 for New Zealand. They have doubled their total where it stood from the 10-over mark in these last 5 overs. They were 57 after 10 overs. The fans, New Zealand fans, will feel buoyed that there's a chance for their captain to have a finishing kick. Most significant knock of the tournament so far, Kane Williamson. Now, Mitchell Starc, expensive. Starc generally looks to go full quite a lot at the end. Goes full, it goes for 4, inadvertent. The runs continue to flow for Williamson.
Williamson has taken the game to the Australians here. It's been absolutely brilliant, and now fortune favours the brave as well. Fading across him from Mitchell Starc. Fortuitous outside edge there for him. Just loved how Kane Williams has taken the game to the Australians. Picked their 5th bowler, those 4 overs. Maxwell, Marsh. That's when he got his innings going. And now he's flying high, the Australians. Mitchell Starc is going to go to his Yorker. That's been his best ball in this tournament. If under pressure, he'll just go to his Yorker. He's executed very consistently.
Goes full again, and again it peels off the outer half of the bat for Williamson. Back-to-back boundaries, not the intended direction, but beneficial.
Oh yes, that's very beneficial for the Kiwis. It's hard to defend. You can see Kane Williamson just, he's going to understand there's no third man there, so he knows if he's got a little bit of angle, he knows the ball's going to be fading across him. If he gets anything on it, down a third man, you can see how late he's trying to hit that ball. It's a little bit, it's definitely an outside edge. You can see he's shaping to be able to hit it over point, using the pace, using the angle from Mitchell Starc.
I wonder if you would call it a risky type of field set, given the angle that Starc used, with no deep third man and going across the right-hander.
It is a bit of a risky field, but knowing Kane Williamson, he does like getting to the offside and hitting it to the leg side, a lap, or scooping it over backward square. So that's the reason why fine leg has to be in.
Change of field, maybe change of length. No, just a change of line. Oh, big from Williamson. Monstrous. 4-4-6, taking Stark to the cleaners.
Kane Williamson, he is lining up Mitchell Stark. Mitchell Stark just gets change of pace a little bit too full. And Kane Williamson just picked into the line of the ball a little bit more, knowing that Mitchell Stark was more chance to go a bit straighter. It's read Mitchell Stark to perfection and executed to perfection. Sensational batting from Kane Williamson, coming to the fore when his team needs it most.
Stark will go round the wicket. Our analyst gave us some good numbers that Stark is one of the few bowlers in this tournament who just goes full at the end. Doesn't always work for him. Last game he went for a few. Round the wicket. Can't connect with that one, just from Williamson's point of view. First 3 balls of this over took him to 69. 4, 4, then 6. Highest score by a captain in a T20 World Cup final. Kumar Sangakkara, former Sri Lankan batsman and captain, who made 64 against Pakistan in 2009. Now Williamson has the honour. Inside out. A thing of beauty. It truly is. He's so understated as a batsman in this format.
When Williamson is in this form, goodness me, his placement is just incredible. The ability to be able to get that ball behind point shows he's hitting the ball later. He's opening up his face that little bit more. Oh, that is it's exceptional. That is not easy to do against a world-class fast bowler. And Justin Langer doesn't seem to be that happy with how things are going this over so far.
Oh, brilliant. Who says you have to be a power player to survive in this format? Touch players do. 1, 3, 6 for 2. His manipulation of the bat face in this over has been something to behold. Don't often see that sort of taking part. Great stat for you, Shane Watson. That was the most expensive over in a T20 World Cup final, just for you from our statistician.
Yeah, I didn't want to hear that. Thanks for that great information. It's incredible to see when a batsman gets in to the energy of a bowler and can just really predict exactly what's about to be bowled. You could see Kane Williamson not premeditating exactly, but getting into position, having an understanding around about where Mitch Stark is going to bowl it. Picked at every ball. And now the Australians. The pressure's on now.
What can Cummins do? What can Australia do? What should be the requisite area to bowl?
Pat Cummins is mainly going to bowl off-speed balls into the wicket, cross seam, change the pace into the wicket. That's one of his best balls because his arm speed's so fast, and the batsman has to get ready to play it just in case it is the fast one.
Yeah.
And for me, I have to go back to Zampa's last over that he bowled. He just got a little bit too full, and Phillips was able to capitalise that beautiful shot down the ground. He didn't have to use his feet. He was able to hit that 6, and then Zampa, really uncharacteristically during this tournament, got a bit full as well, a little bit wide, and Phillips hit a beautiful shot over cover, and the momentum really did shift. And the difference of 2 balls of Zampa because he's been so accurate throughout the whole tournament. Those two balls can just shift the momentum. And New Zealand are capitalising on that momentum shift. It's all it can take sometimes. Two balls, the bowler just doesn't execute it perfectly. And in a final, when you've got someone like Williamson in particular, who is in this type of mood, he's got an incredible ability when he's in this type of mood just to get into the bowler's mind and predict where they're going to bowl it. And then the precision of his execution, something to watch.
Just to further add to what our stats man gave us at the start of the over, that 22 was the first innings of a final. Because we all go back to Carlos Brathwaite and the 4 sixes of the last final. Williamson had some fortune. He was dropped on 17 by perhaps one of the tallest men on the field, Josh Hazlewood. That is costing big time.
And Josh Hazlewood's got very, very good hands as well. One of those moments, Kiwis are capitalising on it. And this is the thing that I love about New Zealand's cricket, is they just wait for a little bit of an opportunity. They're just waiting for the door to open a little bit because they're in the game all the time. And when they see that door open a little bit, they kick it down. And that's the reason why they've been so good and so consistent in the last 4 or 5 years in the big games, in the big tournaments. They wait for an opportunity. They're patient. They're well planned. They're well skilled. Opportunity arises. And then Williamson comes to the fore.
I'd like to see where they go after this. Now, Stark has bowled 3 overs for 50. Over number 11 went for 19. His last over went for 22. Hazlewood has 1 left. Cummins is into his 3rd, so he'll have 1 left as well. Zampa's bowled out. They go to a Marsh combination.
Aaron Finch has to go to Josh Hazlewood. Mitchell Stark, just to give him another over or 2 to be able to just collect his thoughts and be ready to go in that last over.
Really good though from Pat Cummins in this over. 8 off it, 144 for 2. Kane Williamson has the ring of fire buzzing. Sean Pollock going left out of shot with his wife, inductee into the ICC Hall of Fame class of 2021. Mahela Jayawardene was here. He was a good touch player in this format. As you said, Josh Hazlewood is back into the attack. What's his length?
Wow, that's a risky shot from Phillips. You can see why he's going that way with 3rd man up, but also fine legs up. So the easiest shot to play is the lap. And fine leg is up. But Hazlewood, with this field setting, fine leg, 3rd man up, point up, he has to bowl mainly change the pace into the wicket, not get too full because Phillips hits the ball a long way.
Has he hit it well enough? No, he hasn't. Good, safe hands of Glenn Maxwell. Hazlewood has the breakthrough.
Josh Hazlewood. Hazlewood's come to the party again for the Australians. The Australians needed this wicket to stop the momentum, to try and slow it down a little bit. Hazlewood, as he's done in this tournament, has been brilliant. Phillips, a powerful 18 off 17 balls, New Zealand, 144 for 3.
Jimmy Neesham, who played that lovely cameo in the semi against England, not on strike. Josh Hazlewood bowled 2 knuckle balls, first 2 balls. He's just too good tonight so far. Kane Williamson, apart from that little slice of luck, and everyone needs one, his bat has been golden.
Williamson. Fine leg. As soon as fine leg's up, Williamson's going for that lap shot every single time, even though he knows there's a good chance it's going to be a change of pace, as it was. And Williams' execution. He's just in the bowler's zone. He's just found a way to get into the bowler's wavelength, and he's just capitalising on it. Hazlewood just continues to step up in this T20 World Cup. He's been brilliant, as his T20 cricket has been over the last year or so. And the knuckle ball, it's a great ball because the arm speed's exactly the same. The ball just wobbles out. And Phillips played an important innings for New Zealand. That power, especially that over against Zampa. And Maxwell's as safe as a house out at deep mid-wicket.
Hasn't hit this nearly well enough. 2 in the over for Hazlewood. That's a big one. Of Williamson, who's played well. Australia back to life with their fans.
Josh Hazlewood, he just continues to stand up, and this was a different variation. This is like a leg cutter. And Williamson, he's nailed that right out the middle of the bat. And Steve Smith, a little bubble there. Oh, that was fortunate. Steve Smith very rarely drops them, but Kane Williamson, that is an incredible innings. Wow, 85 from 48. The captain has stood tall. New Zealand 148 before.
That also makes Kane Williamson the highest scoring captain in the ICC T20 World Cup final. Congratulations, Kane Williamson. With that cash, FTX just donated $2,000 to support the ICC and UNICEF's initiative from Mental Health and World Week. The new batter in for New Zealand, Tim Stewart.
Neesham on strike. Neesham off the mark. 2 new batsmen at the crease. Good over. 149 for 4. our stat, that highest individual score in a World Cup final has another addition to it. Kane Williamson 85, Marlon Samuels, the former West Indies batsman, made 85 against England in the last World Cup final 2016. Williamson has joined him. Penultimate over. Pat Cummins. Nice shot. Just one.
Josh Hazlewood, another variation, used it beautifully. And Kane Williamson, even though he got a beautiful swing in the bat, just not enough pace. And Steve Smith, he just juggled it nicely. But just that pace-off meant that Kane Williamson wasn't able to get enough energy. And look at the excitement in the crowd. Great crowd that we've got in here tonight.
Seifert's off the mark, his second game of this tournament.
All the heavy hitters of world cricket floating around there. The big men's T20 World Cup final. I really would have loved to have seen Mitchell Starc bowl this over. He's gone. Pat Cummins has been outstanding, yes.
Very good from Jimmy Neesham again, as he was in the semi-final. Fascinating to see how they adjust their length or line to him.
Jimmy Neesham, he has been on fire. This T20 World Cup striking at 200 in the death overs. Just stands so still, allows the ball just to react off the wicket. And the power through the line of the ball. That is not an easy shot to hit.
Yeah, some of our analytics gurus have talked often about maybe less attempted Yorkers and more into the pitch change of pace. The two overs prior to this from Hazlewood and Cummins have been into the pitch length, short of a length. And also to Neesham, bowling at his body, short and at him. They've talked about maybe being a weak point in his game. Saw what Neesham did in that semi-final when the ball tried to go full at him. He destroyed it. Cummins went short at him 2 balls ago.
Jimmy Neesham, he said that so beautifully. 140 kilometres off the bat and so flat. The ball didn't take too long at all to be able to smash into the side screen there. Picked up that variation. It's not easy to pick up that slower bouncer. He got right onto it.
Trying to go a short, slow ball again. I was also watching the deep square leg fielder. He kind of knew what was coming, Shane, because he was standing on the boundary line, pressing against the boundary rope, not coming in too quickly at all, so he suspected it would be short at Neesham.
Yeah, and the way Neesham's been going even from ball one, you can see why the fielder is staying on the fence, because he's been hitting the ball so beautifully.
That'll go upstairs, that'll go upstairs, and it does.
Third umpire to director. We have a referral for run out. Side on replay, please. Okay. Bat is grounded inside. Thank you. I am ready with my decision for the big screen.
touch of the bat by Nisham. 162 for 4.
You are at the ICC Men's T20 World Cup final. You've been rocking. We want to show the world how you're rocking. Sing along this song, come on! Sing along! You gotta be louder!
.162 for 4. Last over to be bowled by Mitch Stark. 3 overs for 50 so far. DJ blaring, we will rock you. Replacement Bale, but just looking at how Nisham got back there with a full stretch. He initially just doubted himself just a little bit. But for young kids watching, that is how you get yourself at a fully stretched position. Into the gap, the runs continue leaking from Mitchell Stark. He tries to go Yorker again.
Mitchell Stark's go-to ball is the Yorker. That square leg fielder up. It's going to be very difficult with that ball angling in. Trying to keep the ball away from square leg there. Stark's go-to ball, beautifully timed. Didn't have to overhit that ball whatsoever. Square leg up. Under pressure throughout this whole tournament. If in doubt, under pressure's gone York, because it just hasn't gone exactly his way so far in this tournament. And Hazelwood, he's been Australia's go-to man. This tournament, whenever Australia needs a wicket, it's been Hazelwood or Zampa. Especially in the power play, Hazelwood stepped up every single time. His ball options now, his defensive bowling skills have improved so much. Not just a standard hitting the wicket, he's got those knuckleballs that change the pace just to get himself out of trouble.
And I like that, because I think we've said it. We've said it over and over this tournament. When he came to the Caribbean for that series, he said it publicly. I'm trying to find ways to better my T20 bowling. I'm working on changes of length, changes of pace, and to see it go so well for him, and to see a guy evolve and learn at this stage of his career is quite impressive.
And that's why for Josh Hazelwood playing the IPL has been so important for his T20 skill development. If he didn't play the IPL, if he didn't go along and play for CSK, then he wouldn't have had these in-game experiences to be able to find out exactly what works for him. And now he's brought that into the Australian T20 team, and it's been a revelation for them. Jimmy Neesham, he thought that was right in his slot, as it just about was. Slightly inside the ball, he thought the ball was going to fade in a little bit more. Mitchell Stark is going, trying to go for that wide line there, which is normally is under pressure, he'll go in at leg stump. But knowing that Neesham likes the ball, just that angle coming into his arc. So it's a little bit of a change for Mitchell Stark, and he's going to need a change of shoe here as well.
Williamson hero package. New Zealand's captain has been brilliant at the ring fire. Second highest score in T20 internationals. 95 against India in Hamilton last year. My question is Shane, and please forgive me if it doesn't make sense, but we talk about go-to deliveries, but so many bowlers have developed options in this format. Is Stark sort of needing to have other options developed?
His best ball's always been his Yorker at the end, but I agree, he definitely does need to make the most. He's got a really good off-cutter change of pace as well, especially on this wicket. Needs to have that ready to go as well. Ball just fading down the leg side. Because at the moment, if the batsman knows that it's only going to be an on-speed Yorker, for the quality and especially the form that someone like Neesham's in right now, if Mitchell Stark gets it slightly wrong, the batsman's going to be all over it. So Mitchell Stark has got a really good off-cutter. He sticks his thumb out and he rips down the side of it, but it mustn't be right now at the forefront of his mind to go, you know what, that's a really good ball option for me right now on this wicket. Matthew Wade, hope he hasn't done any damage. The Australians are going to potentially have to need his heroics again in the second innings.
We saw Marcus Stoinis hobbling a little bit, looking a bit sore. Shane, sorry to celebrate the news.
Marcus Stoinis, he's fine. This has been an excellent batting innings from New Zealand. They paced it so well, and Kane Williamson has just was outstanding. The wicket, it's a bit drier. It's not a really true batting wicket like it's been at times here in Dubai. So 170, it's a very, very good total.
It's straight, but to Davy Warner. Seifert comes back, he gets home, Neesham gets home. 2 runs taken, and New Zealand finish at 172 for 4 in this T20 World Cup 2021 final. Williamson was brilliant. 85 to him. Most expensive figures in a T20 World Cup final. Mitch Stark, 4 overs for 60. No wickets. Very different, I should say, Shane, to the figures that he notched up in the 2015 World Cup final. Sorry to put that on you. But what a second half of the innings for Williamson and for New Zealand. They were 57 after 10. Next 10 overs, 115 for 3. Absolutely brilliant for this man. Can it be a final that Justin Langer will find some redemption after a tough year?
New Zealanders were in a little bit of trouble early, weren't able to really find their range. But then Kane Williamson came to the fore. 85 off 48 balls.
Mention an inauspicious outing with the ball for Mitch Stark. Hazelwood was very good. 3 for 16, 1 for 26 for Adam Zampa. Good economy for Pat Cummins. If you're Mitchell Stark, have a blink. Don't look at that. But downstairs, we have Danny Morrison.
Glenn Phillips, first things first. Conditions are 22 yards out here tonight.
Yeah, it's a little bit slow. Obviously, Pat showed that if you put the ball into the wicket with a lot of spin in it, then it gets a little bit of hold. But the way Nos played was unbelievable.
How good, of course, it is batting with Kane Williamson. But again, what were you discussing out there?
Yeah, for us it was just about going about each over as we saw necessary. You know, Zam's bowled a few good overs, so for us it was potentially take what we could off him and then go from there. And you know, the way Nos took Stark down was unbelievable and turned the match for us a little bit there.
Yeah, reach 170, got to be enough.
Yeah, I mean, in finals cricket you never know, but I think we just got to stick to our guns, keep our plans simple, and do what we got to do best.
Keep going, buddy.
Cheers. Thanks, Danny.
What a final we perhaps have in our hands. 173 required by Australia to try to get their first T20 World Cup. At a rate of just over 8.5. We'll take a short break and come back with much more.
5 weeks and 44 matches. We get to the final match. New Zealand and Australia. Stand and deliver. Beautiful bowling from Hazelwood. Australia have their first.
Oh, brilliant. Who says you have to be a power player to survive in this format?
Williamson has taken the game to the Australians here. It's been absolutely brilliant.
Live the game, love the game.
I recommend MRF ZLX for sheer comfort and long life. MRF ZLX. You can bet on it.
Rivalries divide as friends.
Welcome back to the Dubai International Stadium. It's the halfway stage between New Zealand and Australia in the final, and we've got an absolutely cracking run chase on here. Australia need 173 runs on a dryish pitch. Kane Williamson quite brilliant in that first innings. Talking about great finals, we take you back 5 years to Kolkata and a magic moment for Carlos Brathwaite.
Carlos Brathwaite! Carlos Brathwaite! Remember the name! History for the West Indies!
Amazing memories and a great bit of commentary from our colleague Ian Bishop as well. Remember the ICC digital collectibles, that's how you do it. You can find more information at icc-cricket.com/DC.
Not sure I want to remember that one, that's for sure. Gorgeous evening as usual here in Dubai, the Ring of Fire, Dubai's International Stadium, playing host to this ICC Men's T20 World Cup. New Zealand with runs on the board. That man, how brilliant was he tonight? Kane Williamson, what an innings. 85 for the skipper. Just the way he manoeuvred the ball, manoeuvred the bowlers around as well. David Warner, Aaron Finch will be looking to do the same thing. Was your chat at half-time, Nasser?
I reckon we've got all the ingredients of an absolute classic here. Get a score in your first innings on a dryish pitch, the pressure of a run chase in a final, good bowling attack, outstanding batting lineup. Two spinners, should be fascinating, this run chase.
Trent Boult will start things off. Left arm fast medium. That T20I ranking, mainly because he hasn't played a huge amount of T20 international cricket. New Zealand have decided at times in the last year and a half, 2 years, to rest Trent Boult from a lot of international T20 bilateral series because of the importance in New Zealand's test match lineup and 50 over lineup. So He's been extremely good in franchise T20 cricket. These guys have had a decent night so far. Murray Erasmus and Richard Kettleborough, two of the best in the business. Mouth-watering encounter, this one at the top. First 6 balls.
Yeah, will he swing it? Stark didn't swing a single delivery and he went round the park. Can Bolt find any swing with this new ball?
He's short straight away.
Not swinging it from that length, that is for certain. Yeah, Warner's going to come hard. They've played the extra batter, we know that, which left them short in the 5th bowling option, which New Zealand targeted. But they play the extra batter and they're going to go hard because they know, as with the game against Pakistan, they have Stoinis and Wade at the end. And a bit of Cummins as well.
Inside half of the bat. It's quite incredible how New Zealand targeted that 5th bowler and Stark, particularly Kane Williamson. It was some phenomenal display of placement and power at times.
Keep an eye on the seam position and the cross seams as well. New Zealand will bowl it into the surface. They'll have a lot of slow balls and cutters.
There's the edge down towards 3rd man. A little bit of swing. Sodhi cleans up.
Yeah, first swing we have seen of the evening. And Aaron Finch will just have to make a note of this. Remember the other night with Shaheen Shah Afridi, the full delivery, swinging in. Just a little word from Warner. That one swung. Be careful.
And I think you'll see Finch bat out of his crease here. I think he'll go at least 6-8 inches, maybe even further out of his crease, just to negate some of that swing and maybe take that out of play. Just wondered whether he might change his stance a little bit. Yeah, have a look at that.
Yeah, he's trying to get to it before he swings. He was trapped on the crease a bit by Afridi the other evening. Yep, left arm full, swinging back in. He was back on his crease. Have a look at his feet there. His back foot's almost right on the stumps. And this time the change he's made, he's a yard outside his crease.
Oh, swing and a miss. Went short again, did Bolt. Changing it up, good pace as well.
Maybe that's a reaction. Someone from point or the keeper saying he's a yard out of his crease. Don't just pitch it up. Make sure you drag him back as well. Smart from New Zealand and Bolt.
Had a brave ball with 3rd up inside the circle as well. Oh, close is it? He's too far down. He's too far down. New Zealand are interested. I just think he's too far down. It's maybe doing too much.
Will Williamson agree with Dool? No, his arms have gone down. He thinks that Finch was too far down. 1 for none.
Standing out and he advances. Pitching leg, missing leg. Set the tone. It's what you ask from your senior most bowler. Set the tone, and Trent Boult has done that. The vastly experienced Tim Southey now. Been an absolute revelation in the last couple of years in this T20 format. Very late, that. Very late from Warner.
I think there was someone moving behind the side screen. Usually a bowler is about to start as opposed to get into his gather.
Having a laugh about it. It's been played in really good spirits. The amount of Australian players that ran over to Kane Williamson after he got out.
I think the whole tournament has been. It's a notable thing of the tournament. Maybe it's about the franchises. They all play with each other. Has been played in great spirits.
Doesn't carry. Milne at mid-on.
Very strong square of the wicket, target any kind of leg spin really, and he's thriving or looking to thrive on that short ball. We saw that at Saudi there. He's already changed his mindset from the start of this tournament, Warner. He is going to go hard. He's not going to block many.
And he does, over the top of extra cover, way to the boundary for 4.
The key wicket for me, Warner, for so many different reasons. If Warner bats through, then Williamson has to think about when is he going to bowl Santner and Sodhi. If they get into the right-handers, they can go to Santner. And if Warner gets them ahead of the rate like he did against Pakistan, others can finish off. He is the key wicket.
Well, strike rate against pace in the tournament, 141. 4 dismissals. Been out once to spin, strike of 157. Over point this time, backward a point for 4 more, back-to-back boundaries.
Has that ability to get the ball aerial. There have been some great players like Sanath Jayasuriya who used to be able to do that. Balls that you slap, catchable height. Warner gets it up and over. Manages to do that with a flick of the wrist.
He has fast hands, isn't it? It's gone way over backward point as well. Not even a semblance of a chance. A little bit too much width from Tim Southee, and Warner has pounced twice.
Hold on. Ball, let's just change that. Wait on, no run.
Where's it pitching? On more than 3 meters down and hitting. So umpire's call would have remained because Aaron Finch was so far down the wicket. If Dylan could have reviewed, they would have retained it.
Great job, Lua. Lovely Daz. Go on there, lads. Keep it out to me. Rub it in, Sam. Rub it in. Here we go, boys. Coming here, down the track, fellas.
Smith, sort of an impact can he have on this side when he get an opportunity?
Yeah, it could have a big impact because I think this battle will be when the spinners come on, Sodhi and Santner. There's an area of weakness in this Australian batting lineup. It's against spin.
Single off the last and 10 from the over, 11 without loss.
Even in that run chase against Pakistan, Shadab Khan got 4 for. The 2 spinners are going to be vital when Williamson goes to him. Does he go to him in a power play? Does he wait? The SAS, Sodhi and Santner, going to have a vital role.
Kiwis in the house, Aussies in the house. Really good crowd has built up actually. Took a while to come into the stadium.
Finch just needs a boundary to get going. He's had a quiet time of it, but he's a high-class player. We've already seen one captain find his form. Just one boundary, get him going. Got in, got out, got a duck against South Africa. There you see just the drop-off of late.
One's away. That might be the boundary that gets him going, Nasser.
Absolutely. He's too good a player to keep quiet, and he believes himself, backs himself. Again, he charges Bolt. Bolt's going to have to watch his feet. Comes down. I think it was a bit of a slower ball, a bit of a cutter.
A knuckleball. Quite come out as slowly as Bolt would have liked. Great use of the feet from Aaron Finch. This one's high in the air. There is a man out there. Can he get to it? He can. He's got great hands. Big Daryl Mitchell. That is a wonderful catch. Bolt strikes. Finch goes early.
They've been quite brilliant in the field, New Zealand. They have been the fielding outfit of the tournament. If it's up, it's usually out. They don't drop many. Saw him coming this time. Dragged it down. Finch dragged it leg side. And Daryl Mitchell just scooped on it. And they don't drop many. Big wicket, skipper's gone. He made 5, it's 15 for 1.
It's been crossed while the ball was in the air, so Mitchell Marsh not on strike. David Warner is. Guptill's very wide at about a 4/5 slip.
Very good from Bolt. Thing about this New Zealand side is how smart they are. He knew the charge was coming again. This time he dragged his length back. He said, "You're going to have to pull me for 6." Saw him coming, bounced him, catch taken. New Zealand cricket summed up: smart and skill.
And just a little bit of pace off perhaps from Bolt.
One good thing is that the skipper, Kane Williamson, has batted for a long time on this pitch, as we see Mitchell Marsh come in at the other end, non-striker's end. So Williamson knows exactly where to bowl on this surface. He batted on it for a long time. Great asset to have.
Nice from Trent Bolt. Picked up his first at the end of 3. It's 15 for 1. He advanced, as he said, Nasser. Ball went quite high, about 19.3 metres. Almost 4 seconds for Daryl Mitchell to race around to his left and wrap those big mitts around it. Wonderful in the field, no matter where he is, Daryl Mitchell. Key man for New Zealand to get to this final. Not his night tonight with the bat, but already played a little part in the field so far. Adam Milne into the attack now. I think this is a key moment too. The pace of Adam Milne. Mitchell Marsh is such a fine player. Really good striker of quick bowling. Like that. What a start that is.
Oh my gosh. Welcome to the final, Mitch Marsh. There's one thing liking pace on. There's another thing just belting your first delivery of a final into row Z. This is not a small ground. This is just picked up as easy as you like.
Yeah, top tier. It's angle and it's in at leg stump. And Marsh has just pounced on it. Top tier, I think. He loves it, loves pace on. He doesn't mind spin either. He's such a big lad. Very, very good player. He's missed far too much cricket through injury to be been missed. And that might be 4 as well. Controlled. Very good from Marsh to start.
Yeah, played that well in the end. You think of the Mitchell dismissal, the way he nicked it. He just waited on this a little bit longer and opened the face and ran it down. That's the thing with pace on. It can go in various areas. He's already gone over square leg. Now fine for 4.
Pulls again. That'll be 4 more. Taking a liking to Milne.
Got a ball full to him. He is just waiting for that pull. He sits on that front foot, rocks back and pulls it away. He's one of the great pullers of a white ball. It's got to go fuller. He can't be back of the length. Front foot there, press back, bang.
It's a great example of that Australian way, isn't it? Almost that pull shot that so many in the past have played well. No matter how quick you are, he'll still take you on. Pinch 1 here. He's got that license to Nasser to just go out and continue to play, continue to be aggressive. The insurance that you talked about of the batsman to come.
Yeah, absolutely. And the confidence, seeing the way Stoinis and Wade have already won Australia a couple of games in this tournament. So he has got license.
New Zealand, remember, took to Australia's fastest bowler. Mitchell Starc went the distance tonight. So far, Milne doing the same. 6 first up. Lovely controlled little guide down towards the 3rd boundary. And then a very powerful pull shot. Not bad praise coming from that man tonight. Can't get it through, finishes better than he started, Milne. 30 for 1.
Great example. People think that the pull shot and the cut shot are back foot shots. Actually, Marsh has played that off the front foot. Just rock back, as the great Ricky Ponting used to, off that front foot and pull it away.
Power to come. Maxwell in particular, along with Stoinis. A quiet tournament with the bat, Glenn Maxwell.
2 men out now for that pull and hook. I reckon they'll still bowl it reasonably short, but they may take pace off here. Saudi might bowl cutters into the pitch. He's gone into your room and nicked one of your shirts, Simon Doyle. Look at that for an outfit.
Maybe he needs to borrow me gold tooth. Tell you what he could though, Nas, because my door hasn't locked for 2 weeks. Little under edge from Warner. Surely give us some confirmation of Marsh's strike rate against pace. Look at that, 143. Spin might be an opportunity for Mitchell Santner, but then it maybe plays into the hands of David Warner, so a conundrum for Williamson.
That's why I asked him with a toss, because he had to look after Santner against England in the semi-final with all those left-handers, the likes of Moeen, Milan, Morgan coming. Santner just bowled one over in the semi. So what does he do with a left-hand right? Does he go Santner? Does he go Sodhi with Googlies to the left-hander? Santner's been told to warm up. That's why Warner staying in is vital for for Australia.
Yeah, and I know sometimes analytics can go over the top, and I just wonder whether at times through this tournament they have. Moeen Ali not bowling at all, and was it the game against South Africa?
Yeah, I completely agree. You've got to have a gut feel as a captain as well, and you've got to say to your bowler, I know the stats are against you, but go and get the player out. Give him a chance first. I think at times in this tournament they've gone with the analytics. They just take bowlers completely out of the equation.
That has swung beautifully. Pace off from Southee, but Warner says have some of that. Into the crowd.
New Zealand have got to decide when they're becoming too predictable with their lengths. They are bowling it short, they are taking pace off, but now Warner's just waiting. He's waiting, he knows what's coming, back of a length, pace off, and he's going to belt it. It's one thing having a plan, it's when that plan becomes too predictable.
So powerful, David Warner. This time out towards the sweeper on the offside. Just be the one to finish, but another good over, 10 runs from it. 40 for 1 after 5.
The same stage, New Zealand were 30 for 1. They scored a lot of their runs at the back end through the brilliance of Kane Williamson. They've had so much in this final already. You ever wonder why we love this game so much? This match itself is answering a lot of those questions. There's so much tonight already. Some brilliance in the field, and Williamson was excellent with the bat. Australia now in reply with the bat are on their way. Warner is crucial for both sides. Good evening, Ian.
Hello, Natalie. Hello, everyone, once again. Yeah, the impact of Warner, in theory, if he spends time, there could impact when Mitchell Santner comes into the attack, if he comes into the attack a little bit, maybe towards East Sodhi, maybe less so. But some of the intent so far from Mitchell Marsh has been good so far. Can change in a ball here.
Yeah, he's hit 2 4s and a 6 already in his short innings. He's added something to this innings. He's certainly been a good partner to Warner, who picked that slower ball up so early. He was in such a good position to play that shot. Waited for it, picked up the pace early, hit it a long, long way. Last over of the power play when New Zealand was batting was good for the bowling side, and now at the start of this is the 6th over and the last over of the power play, it's been good for the bowling side again. Opting for shorter delivery in this over, going into the pitch with his high pace. Feeling that one at 141 kilometers an hour. Excellent line as well. We spoke about the ball not really shooting through in the first innings. Well, with his extra pace, it's a decent carry from him and a bit of bounce. He's played that pretty well in the end. Taking a bit of a risk in the shot. Well, we witnessed something very special tonight, and not surprising that Kane Williamson is on the top of the Fantasy League points from the first innings in this match. It was a very, very special innings by the captain, who hadn't been in his best of form coming into the game, and it wasn't easy scoring either. What a way to finish the power play. 43 for 1.
Yeah, good from Adam Milne in that over. A lot of his lines was very straight, and he did well to make the adjustment to right and left-hander.
His partnership is now worth 28 for Australia. It's come off 21 deliveries. Now with an opportunity to spread the field, first 6 overs done, can have 5 outside the 30-yard circle. Ishodi is going to be coming in now. This will be very interesting to see what he bowls to Warner. Warner is really good with the ball coming into his pads. In terms of protection on the leg side, you've got backward square leg, mid-wicket and long on the boundary. So, yeah, and this could be a very interesting matchup between the two.
It will be. It's fascinating watching Glenn Phillips and how quick he is across the ground.
Marsh should be pretty happy to give the strike to Warner as well in this situation, knowing this could be one of his strengths. Period where the batting side would love to take advantage of anything loose. The run rate up. Don't allow it to get away from you too much. That's what he's going to be probably looking to do against Sodhi. Warner is so quick between the wickets. That's brilliant running, good calling as well. Looking to play into the leg side. Length easily allows him to do that. Some brilliant running between the wickets.
Tall leg spinner Ishodi. What's he done in the tournament so far, Natalie? His wickets have come in a length and back of a length. Just one slider way up there on the right of that pitch map. Googly, for however much it's turned or not turned, hasn't brought success yet. According to ball tracking anyway. But he can bowl into the pitch.
that run rate is really something to worry about right now. They've got wickets in hand. Warner's still at the crease as well. That single will bring up the 50 for Australia. After 7 overs, they are 50 for 1.
One of the other things that I'm pleased with is the size of the crowd for this final. It is a good-sized crowd. It truly is. Lots of support for both nations.
Seven overs bowled in this chase of the final of the ICC Men's T20 World Cup 2021. And now it's time for Mitch Santner. Struggling with his balance a little bit. I hope he has those all to himself. Right, Santner to Warner. Pushed it pretty wide with Santner.
Yeah, it's a brave move, it's a bold move. Because some of the analytics would perhaps not suggest that he bowls while Warner is there, some of the numbers, but Williamson going and trusting his bowler, going with his instinct while Warner is there. 1 over in the game against England in the semi-final. He use angles, Natalie. He's a clever bowler. He can use the angles. He may not spin it a lot.
Just having a little look at the field. Fielders on the offside behind square, up in the inner ring. He has added something to this innings, Mitch Marsh, since he got there. And that is a wonderful shot. We speak about the battle between Warner and Santner. Mitch Marsh wants in on it.
Very good aggressive intent from the word go, and since he's moved to that number 3 position in his T20 career, he's been outstanding. He'll be hoping to kick on. 25 from 12 for Mitch Marsh, a strike rate of over 200 as it sits right now.
Santner could also see this possibly as an opportunity, because Warner now going at a runner ball. Hasn't been able to get off to a quick start. Let's have a look at that position he gets into. It's premeditated in many ways. Brilliantly played. Is this maybe an opportunity for New Zealand and Santner against Warner, who's been kept relatively quiet in this innings? Bowled that one pretty quick, Santner. That one 99 kilometers an hour.
Come on, Sats. Come on, Sats.
Marsh going at an excellent rate. 26 off 13. It's well bowled in the end. It's a bit brave, but it's well bowled.
A bit of grip and spin. Perhaps just out of the foot marks down that end. That's good bounce and turn.
It's slower, that one. Maybe that's what he's going to do now against Marsh. Just change the pace a little bit. 60 for 1.
New Zealand's first journey into the final of the T20 World Cup. Australia, their second. Neither have been able to win this tournament, so great opportunity and occasion for them both.
Santner's first over went for 10. That's thanks mostly to this man. Mitch Marsh has had his troubles against spin in the tournament, but he's looked a lot more solid today so far against the spin. Look at the tracker and how far it's gone. 83 metres. Struggled against spin through the tournament. He hasn't been dismissed by the Pacers yet. But 3 times he's been dismissed by the spinners before this game. He was averaging under 10 even before this game and struggling with his strike rate. So this has been a good turnaround for Marsh in terms of how he's facing the spinners. Steve Smith, he hasn't been in his best form.
Bang, bang here, lads. Hey, come on.
Right now, these two are taking the pressure off him and the rest of the order. That is a heck of a shot. He's dragged that from wide outside the off stump and played it straight.
Brings up the 50 partnership between Warner and Mitch Marsh. 35 deliveries. As we talked about Sodhi as well, he's bowling into the pitch, being a tall man. Very few have been struck off the front foot. That was outstanding.
Here we go, boy.
Trying something different, showing a lot of creativity at the moment is Warner. And it's 2 again for someone who is rapid between the wickets. Does enjoy the ball turning into him. This time around going for a reverse slap. And already 7 runs off the solar. Oh, he nearly got himself into trouble, did Warner. How quickly that win predictor has changed. It's changed very, very quickly just with this partnership. Just within the last couple of overs. Going the way of Australia at the moment. New Zealand need to make the play. Another boundary to Warner. He's just starting to find his range now, and it's ominous signs for the New Zealand captain.
Yeah, perhaps Adam Milne will feel that he could have done a little bit better there. Again, it's short, it's into the pitch from Ish Sodhi. Maybe a little bit tough on him. Maybe a good over for David Warner.
Williamson under a bit of pressure now with regards to what he does with his bowlers. His bowling changes. Warner enjoying the spinners right now. Mitch Marsh is in on it as well. Straight down the ground, as straight as they come. What an over for Australia. They are on their way. 77 for 1.
Top class over and top class batting, I should say, from David Warner. He played the back of the length deliveries very well to start with in the over, forcing Ish Sodhi to pitch the ball further up. And when he does do that, goes downtown.
This has been a brilliant partnership for Australia, just what they required. Wasn't one of those pitches that's not that easy to get going straight away. Seem to have adapted now. A lot to do with Mitch Marsh. Took a lot of pressure off Warner. He's played excellent. Warner, well, he's been in superb form. He's continuing tonight. They're going to continue with Santner. It's really a clever innings from Warner. And Bishop spoke about him hitting the bowler to bowl where he wants it. Did just that. Wanted it fuller. He got what he wanted. Again, being put under pressure, the New Zealand fielders, by this running between the wickets. It's enough pressure that the runs are coming at an excellent rate. Now the fielders have got to be on their toes.
It's a strategy you can use on these big boundaries, because a lot of time the fielders are off the boundary rope because they're looking to stop those twos, but they've also got to think about the boundary, so you can almost manipulate them if you're a good enough batsman.
Bowlers after it. Marsh wanted the second, and Warner actually said no. Just a little bit of extra bounce there from Santner, who was forced to do the fielding of his own bowling. They didn't want another two.
JL, I can call him that, played with him. Always been really, really amiable to us. There's that flight and that change of pace and spin from Santner.
Something on offer for the spinners, that is for sure. Might want to keep Marsh possibly on strike as long as possible, but even to Marsh, he's scoring runs with the spinners as well. This puts New Zealand in a pretty tough position. The halfway stage, 172 that New Zealand made, looked pretty good. Right now, Australia are well on their way to their first men's title in the T20 World Cup. It's halfway, 82 for 1. At the same stage, New Zealand were 57 for 1. It's time for a drinks break.
Just 91 now needed from 60 balls, and I say just 91 because New Zealand got many more than that. David Warner's been the star. But at the other end, Aaron Finch struggled a little bit. Was standing well outside his crease, and the short ball was well pouched by Daryl Mitchell. But then Mitch Marsh came in, and his first three balls, 6-4-4. Announced himself in some style, did Mitch Marsh. And then David Warner took over. And they've taken the partnership, these two, to 67 of just 45 balls. Given their side a very, very good chance indeed. Almost halfway at the 10-over mark with 9 wickets in hand. And that's a very, very good position to be in for Australia. New Zealand made 115 in the back 10 now. David Warner is catching up with Babar Azam.
Just needs another 22 to be the leading run getter. There's a bit of a question mark in the eyes of some over David Warner, but he's answered that in fairly dramatic style. Babar Azam, Mohammad Rizwan between them, 1 and 2. Right, 91 of 60. Where does New Zealand go from there? Bowl, Southey, Milne, Sodhi, Sandner. They've tried 5. But I think they're going in with their 6th now in Jimmy Neesham. (30 of 20 Marsh, 45 of 33 Warner. Next to me, Danny Morrison. What do you make of the situation?
Yeah, those in yellow, the big smiles on the faces, because 67, the partnership from 45. From a New Zealand perspective, it's simple. You've got to knock these two over very quickly. And as the golden arm Jimmy Neesham, is he the man to do it here tonight on this big stage? He's one of those guys that just does it. It's wickets at key moments in T20. And then he's also, with his batting, certainly remember that semi-final just a few nights ago. So he'd be confident about things. Can he do it?
You had to do a little bio of Jimmy Neesham. You'd say brave hitter, good change bowler, outstanding on social media.
It's the modern vernacular. He's an interesting cat. Different, but a lot of us are, Harsha Bhogle.
If he can go 6, 7 and over, 8 and even 8 and over, he'd have done a really good job here. But as he started well, he hasn't. It's gone for 6. Mitch Marsh is seeing the ball very quickly and is bludgeoning it.
Absolutely fatted. This one. Caught up with it and got all of it and some. Such a good feeling straight after a drinks break to get one there in that arc of Mitch Marsh.
I'm just trying to see why he's felt like going to Neesham. His spinners, Sodhi and Santner, 39 of 4 overs. He needs a little bit of support, mainly for Sodhi. Didn't get a run, but it sounded good on the back. Oh, it's 6 of the first ball. You've got 10 for the taking there.
Mentioned confidence in terms of Neesham in recent matches, but you look at Marsh here tonight. Oh, 36 from 22, 3 and 2. 3 maximums, 2-4, striking at 163, doing one heck of a job here for the Australians.
Third man has come up inside the circle. Deep mid-wickets drop back.
He's got the field set for those sort of cutters into the surface that hold a little in the pitch. Be very careful about that length you bowl. A couple of old Indian legends in the house. There's a few characters here. The Ring of Fire for this T20 World Cup final.
82 for 1, highest total by any side after 10 overs in a World Cup final. But also, how good has Marsh been? Hit a 6 of the first ball he's faced from each of the 3 bowlers. Oh, that sounded stunning. And it's gone as long as it seemed it would when you heard the sound. 50 comes up of 34 balls. David Warner's signing himself on this match.
Got 49 in the semi-final, and he is doing it so comfortably here. Answering the call, answering the critics. And it wasn't that long ago in the IPL he was struggling so badly they had to leave him out of the side of SRH. Absolutely tremendous for those in green and gold.
Little alarm bell starting to ring here for New Zealand. 78 of 56. Required rates 8.36. At the beginning was 8.65. So they've negated that. 13 already. And that's the thing, when you get 6 of the first over, so often, as I said, you think 10, right, I can easily get 10 here. But if you've got the opportunity, as Warner has here, you can make it even bigger.
I mentioned the golden arm of Jimmy Neesham. And it was straight after a drinks break. And I think part of that reason, in terms of stats and matchups and all those sort of things you get in T20, so often a wicket falls after the drinks break.
It does actually, and it happens too often for it to be a coincidence. Excellent over. 15 from it for Australia, that is. It's 97 for 1.
Yeah, Warner just crying out here maybe for an electrolyte drink. And it might be getting cooler here in Dubai, but he's needing something for his eyes. Yeah, he's just having clearance. Very sandy here. You know, you get a breeze through here. A lot of sand blows through the stadium here in Dubai.
They're enjoying themselves in the crowd. We've got a really good crowd here today. It doesn't matter if your team's not playing, you can still wear the jersey and come and celebrate.
It's the global village thing here, isn't it? Dubai, and I think there is that lovely thing to go and visit, isn't it? It's called Global Village. It's down the road here in Dubai. Attraction.
White Santner. Get a single. He was just sitting there like he wanted to cut a few trees. He was just sitting there ready. Was Mitch Marsh. 39 of 25. So often you see Mitch Marsh and you see sheer ability there, and you wonder, is this the real coming of Mitch Marsh? His career has been plagued by injuries, but you really wish him well because such a wonderful striker of a cricket ball. Okay, now Santner to the left-hander. So far he's gone okay.
I just mentioned Jimmy Neesham straight after a drinks break. Well, this too is so key for those in black. Santner simply has to get rid of either one, break the partnership, and ideally strangle a little bit, create some more pressure, get that asking rate a bit more, and get another wicket.
Has he? No, probably just on the bounce. There's Phillips there. I think he's actually done a magnificent job of actually getting there. Even as 100 comes up, he's magnificent in the deep.
Man is an electric spark. Not the greatest delivery going around. Look at this. As he got there on the half volley. And great commitment. So quick across the turf, but yeah, clearly bounced. But what a great effort.
And you can feel like that in the deep. Why on earth would anyone stick the gloves on you and make you stand behind the stumps? Has he got rid of them completely?
Yeah, biff those. Could have had enough of that. Time to move on. Yeah, great in the outfield. Of course, he's trying to develop his off-spin. Glenn Phillips, that is. Let's see how he goes in terms of that progress.
Where do you stand on these matchups? He's done a really good job, Santner, so far. None for 18, 2.4. Wasn't used against Najib, wasn't used against Moeen.
Now, the simple glaring fact, Harsha, is that need to get a wicket. It's as simple as that. Have to halt this partnership sooner rather than later from the fielding side.
Yeah, will also produce 3 or 4 dot balls. It should make a difference. Oh, he says clobber that. That is just brute force and nothing else. Sat back and hit the ball like he hated it.
Not going to get people out there. Another simple fact. Drag down. And that is just far too easy to be smashed away here by Mitch Marsh.
He's playing a game-changing innings here. Marsh, 44 of 27. Yeah, you can see the grim face. He's not always smiling, but at the moment he's very grim. 9 of the over, 12 gone. It's 106 now for 1.
12 overs gone. I just wonder here where Williamson chooses a bowler now out of his arsenal. Southey's bowled 2. So has Bolt. He's the only wicket taker. Sodhi's disappeared. His 2 have cost 24. Santner, he's got 1 left and he's gone for 23.
Right, yellow's found its own path, hasn't it? Gray was doing well. In fact, had a fantastic slope up towards the end. 115 came of the last 10. But Australia playing themselves into a position where they don't need that much. Just 8.4 and over with wickets in hand. Where does he go? Back to Trent Boult.
100%. I think he had to, given what's happened in these middle overs that haven't produced a wicket, and not being able to create some pressure by bowling a lot more dot deliveries, New Zealand.
Look at those numbers. What does Williamson do now? He's got 2 overs between Sodhi, Neesham and Santner. Essentially, he's telling Trent Boult, give me a wicket. Let me slip an over in somewhere. Give me a wicket. And while we are at the cricket, the ICC talking about mental health challenges can be hard, which we know, in association with UNICEF, of course. Check out conversation starters. Hashtag on my mind. uni.cf/on my mind. With breaking the stigma around mental health. And I am so happy that more and more people are talking about it for too long. We just try to bury it, try to live with it. Oh, he's got the wicket he wanted. Give me one, said Ken Williamson to Trent Boult. Here, my captain, he said. Here is what you wanted. It's a huge one. Warner's playing a fine innings, but he's gone.
Trent Boult, when he knocked the poles over, he did a Shane Warne from 1999. Can't forget that, where he's yelled out to his teammates, come on, let's list ourselves. Very pumped. It's the key wicket of Warner, gone for 53, and the Aussies finally lose another wicket. It's 2 for 107.
Right in at number 4 is Glenn Maxwell. Right, this tournament is yet to say I'm Glenn Maxwell and I'm a good player. 66 from 46. It's just not been himself in this tournament, Glenn Maxwell.
No, and it's an interesting turnaround when you look at it, because he wasn't great for the IPL in recent years, but he was good for Australia. Now he's struggling for Australia when he had a great IPL, and this is a great delivery that just skids through. Ambitious by Warner, given that it's Trent Boult, and he knows what Bolt's capable of and what Boult tries to do. A great time for New Zealand to get a wicket. Yeah, contest on here, big time. And that's what you love about the contest, particularly when you've got neighbours, rivals, cousins from across the Tasman. And it is all on.
And Danny Morrison, they keep visiting each other down there, as I know somebody who did. Former New Zealand fast bowler.
Yeah, and I know I'll be getting a bit of grief back in Australia, saying it's about time to get another wicket. Having another one, Australia.
Get off the mark. Really, it's up to Marsh to pick it up from here. Maxwell last 11 innings, he's gone past 18 only once. At the moment, he needs a quick 20, a quick 25 here, 25-28, quick innings would do for Australia, actually.
Or as you've just said, struggle to get past 18, Harsha. A little kiss of something.
This game might have tilted Australia's way, but that last wicket has just evened things a little bit. What an over. 3 runs and a wicket. Just what the doctor ordered. 109 for 2.
No, as much as anything, I think the final needed it too. Cruising along, on a roll, pumping it everywhere. Warner and Maxwell. But now it's been broken. I beg your pardon, Marsh and Warner. Let's see if Maxwell can get into the act and join Marsh in all the fun.
Of 42. They've got a lot of batting left. Still got Stoinis, still got Wade, those two that have won them 2 matches in this tournament in a chase. Then of course Steve Smith. He's quickly gone back to Sodhi. It's started with a wide. He realizes he needs to slip these overs in. He's a bit hamstrung here at the moment with options. He's Williamson, so he's gone back to Sodhi at the first possible opportunity.
This is big. It's big for this man on screen. Because somehow he's got to give himself an uppercut and get right into this final. Not only go for no runs, but try and get Mitch Marsh out.
He's connected that as well as anybody in the game ever has. What a game-changing half-century this is for Mitch Marsh. Fastest 50 in a World Cup final, come of 31 balls. He's just got this great talent to hit the ball long.
Man, is he good to watch. What a joy. Mitch Marsh. A lot of us have had the good fortune to have been at the IPL, and when he hasn't been struggling with his fitness, this is what he's about, and this is why franchise cricket around the globe buy this man. Oh, please. Skipper.
First time 2 players have scored 50s in a team innings in a World Cup final. That's in the gap too. That's in the gap too. It's pushed back. They'll come back for 2. Just timing the ball so well. This wasn't the best, and yet it was traveling very quickly across the turf.
Yeah, Williamson's 50 came off 32, so he didn't hold that record for long in a final. Marsh is in a hurry. So was Guptill there. Did well.
Oh, is that drag down too easy. 1 bounce into the boundary for 4. It's not happening today. Sodhi has been so good for New Zealand in this tournament. Just struggling today.
Oh dear. Varish Sodhi. This is another half tracker. He's dragged it down badly. Even though one hand comes off the bat, it is just on a silver salver for Mitch Marsh.
And oh dear for Ken Williamson as well. He thought he was slipping an over in there. Probably thinking, should I have gone to Southie for 1 more? Should I have gone to Milne for 1 more? 13 of this. 14 of this with 3 balls left. What's the word for it? The yips. He just wants to get this over done, Sodhi. And it's sad, isn't it, Danny? Because he's been so good in this tournament.
He's been so good for a number of years in this form of the game for the Black Caps. A time just to slip up. Key stage in your career.
Excellent. Good recovery from Sodhi.
It's just, this is what it's about for Marsh in Australia. Getting him to come in at 3. It's a bit like how Daryl Mitchell has come up to open. Funnily enough, high school days in Perth. This guy grew up full-time in Perth. And Daryl Mitchell with his last few years at high school in Perth. Yeah, there's just a bit of nerves around for sure. Big occasion. can't quite get it together.
Captain Kane's come across to have a word.
Well, they've played a lot together. First-class cricket. Lot of stuff for New Zealand. Williamson and Sodhi, that is.
Daryl Mitchell, Marcus Stoinis played a lot together as 18-year-olds in Scarborough up in Perth. Right, 49 of 37. And a 9-ball over that cost 16 finally comes to an end. It's 125 for 2.
Now, it's been a great crowd come in because, of course, in these COVID times, it takes that bit longer to get through the turnstiles. Proof of fully vaccinated. Get through and join the party. Flying on through.
Just a glimmer of hope, a little toe in the door when Warner got out. This partnership 18 of 13 already after that excellent over from Trent Boult. What does he do now? He's gone back to Milne. He's got 6 overs, but he can't wait. He can't distribute those 6 like he normally would because he's only got 48 in the bank.
Need a couple of gem overs here. This is what they're discussing here. Southey, who's captain New Zealand in this form of the game, when Williamson's been out injured or having a bit of a break. So a little mini conference together between the three, Milne included, and this is where you've had Boult come in and produce a piece of magic. You need Milne here now to either rattle the stumps or definitely try and get rid of Marsh to get back in the contest.
Quite interesting field. 4 fielders inside the circle on the offside, nobody on the on. Good first ball.
He does that, Milne. I watched a bit of him in the 100 in the UK, the English summer, and he does it. That angle back into right-handers, where he shuts it down, and often guys can chop on. Catching up with you a little later, sir.
Darren Gunga. Now he's got hold of that. He's found the fielder just short. One of those days. It was flat, and that's why it was difficult to come to where the ball was.
That man. Those brilliant hands of his, Daryl Mitchell. Another night, it just goes a bit further and carries to the fielder. Well short in the end. Yeah, bowler. Cruel game.
It's only a harsh examiner would give you negative marks for that. It fell well short.
Another one, but this time it's in the gap. Oh, well, it's in the gap. Who would have thought when he played that shot that he would, like a surgeon, find the space in between?
Well, to be fair, it's one of his go-tos. He's so talented all around the clock. We know what he does with reverse sweeps and pulls, even off the quick men. Maxwell is just so unique when he's in the groove and in a confident vein of form. He's so hard to stop.
Lovely, precise incision.
Oh, well, sometimes you get boundaries like the previous one, and sometimes you get them like this, but they hurt just as much for the bowler.
Yeah, pace on. Can be your undoing. A little unlucky because the line's not bad, and it's a good height in a way. Just maybe a fraction higher. That's all it is. A little less wood on the blade, and now another occasion it goes through the keeper. This time, luck for Maxwell.
It's something big to happen to them now, to New Zealand. It's a slow ball. But the runs and balls equation is so hopelessly skewed in favor of Australia at the moment. Yeah, That's all right. Good to see you got a smile in the end. Oh, how the expressions change.
It's just a game, Harsha. Just a game.
Are you coming down to saying that?
No. Still in it. You never, ever say die.
Shane Watson spearing over as you said that.
A lovely face of Shane Watson.
He's going to have to bowl that again. This is another expensive over. New Zealand can ill afford it. 10 off it so far with the ball left.
So chuckling away here. Some of us in the com box, a bit of rivalry and fun. But, well, can he make up? It's gone for 10. Rattle the poles. Bring about a wicket here at a mill. Get New Zealand back in the game.
Yeah, but you've got an innings of 53 and 38. You've got an innings of 61 of 38. It's very difficult. They've just taken the game away of Warner and Marsh. Right, what have you got? Fine legs coming back inside the circle now. You've got deep point out. Third man is out. Right, he'll take the single. He'll take the single. Don't quite think he was sure where it was for a while. 11 of the over. 5 left now. It's 136 for 2.
Tim Southey, 37 from 30 required. Australia in control. And even more so now with that boundary to Maxwell.
Things are going the Australians' way now. Just those missed hits are falling just short of the fielders. A couple of little outside edges as well. All going the Australians' way, taking the game on. The very brave cricket from Mitchell Marsh in particular.
Wide from Southey. Yeah, you earn that slice of luck though, Watto. Williamson had it. From a New Zealand point of view, Australians have earned it. They've taken the game on. They have not stood back, even losing the skipper early. They have continued to go hard. Mitch Marsh has played an absolute gem.
Mitch Marsh, this has been one of the best T20 innings that I've seen.
Swung away high in the air and all the way as well over the head of each Sodi into the boundary for 6.
Well, Maxwell, he set his sights now to go hard. Standing inside the line, using the angle, using the length to pick it up. Maxwell's intentions are very clear now. He's trying to finish this as quick as he can.
And that's exactly what you want from these power-packed players. It just takes a 15, 20 off 8, 9, 10 balls now. Don't let it go deep. And again, he's tried, but just doesn't quite get the timing right on this occasion.
Mitchell Marsh, just to be able to come out from ball 1, to be able to be facing Milne, who's bowling fast, to have the energy, the aggression from ball 1, to be able to hit a 6 off your hip, and then the next 2 balls, boundary. This
this tournament, yes, he's been very good for Australia in the last 6 months of T20 cricket, but this innings alone is the making of him.
It's too high. Won't pick up a leg by. Yeah, over 600 runs now in T20 internationals this year. The move to number 3 has been a revelation. It's given him that responsibility. They've always thought highly of Mitch Marsh as far as his talent is concerned. He's been plagued with injuries, unfortunately, but also his cricket now. He captained the Australian under-19 side in New Zealand in 2011. So he's always been highly thought of as a cricketer, as an intelligent cricketer, but just unfortunately he's missed way too many games through injuries. Let's hope for his sake and for Australia's sake this is his time. He's too good a player to miss out on a lot of games.
And tonight just showed Mitchell Marsh's skill as a batsman. And just, there's not too many batsmen in the world who've got natural power like he does. He just stands dead still and hits a ball incredibly hard with a conventional cricket shot. And then combine that with a really sound technique and then his mindset. From game 1 against South Africa, he showed his aggressive intent from ball 1. And his skill can back that up. Really is incredible.
Big unit. What do they call him? What did Dale Steyn call him the other day? Bison. The Bison. Rightly so. Sort of the shoulders just morph into the neck, don't they? There's some power there. And it's been all on show tonight. Been so good. First of all, that partnership with David Warner took the score from 15 through to 107. Now with Maxwell. Dot to finish, 4 to go. It's 149 for 2. Aaron Finch just fallen off his form in the last 2 to 3 games, but captained Australia really well. And at times the glue has held this side together. There's been some issues here and there off the field, but he's been a constant in his T20 side as the skipper. Always got time for a chat, Aaron Finch. I find he's a champion human being. Always got a smile on his face. There's great camaraderie between he and Kane Williamson. These two sides have played this game and the whole tournament in wonderful spirit as well. That continues to grow.
It's great to see everyone having a very good time here at the Dubai International Stadium, enjoying the cricket that's been on display. Kane Williamson was outstanding with the bat.
Last throw of the dice, Trent Bolt back. Kane Williamson searching for a couple of wickets. I'm sure Australia will understand why Bolt's back and maybe be a little bit conservative.
David Warner. There was question marks at the start of the tournament from a few people, but in the inner sanctum, no question marks about Dave Warner. 1 or 2 balls, just flick the switch early in the tournament, and then to be able to be brave like he was in a final.
In the gap, out towards mid-wicket, into the boundary, skids across the turf for 4 more. The power of Marsh on show again.
You could hear through the stump like Mitchell Marsh, the grunt to the power through the ball. Saw the change of pace, just slapped it into the gap. It's incredible how many times when you've got this energy, when you've got this aggression, how the ball just keeps going to the gap like it has for Mitchell Marsh tonight. And as a batsman, that's the place you're always trying to chase. That space where you've got total freedom in your mind, fearless approach to taking on the game, and then subconsciously just automatically place the ball without even thinking about it, just falls into the gap. And that's what you're trying to chase every time you go out to bat. And Mitch Marsh tonight, from ball 1, was there. That's in a final, to be able to have that, just flick that switch from ball 1. It's very special.
Yeah, clarity, isn't it? Clarity of mind, clarity in your position, security in and around how you are in the team as well. Slower one from Bolt. That's very well bowled. He needs a new bat though, Mitch Marsh. Broke the bottom corner of that bat last delivery. It's been a special innings from him. Bowled the 1 over. Kane Williamson just took to him a little bit late in that over, but he offers you so much. He too has great hands in the field. So he's a wonderful player. Maybe this is the turning of the corner for his career in the last 2, 3, 4 months. You wide.
Yes, the Mitchell Marsh, back home in Australia, the public are one side or the other with Mitch Marsh. And the interesting thing is, because of his injuries in particular, hasn't had a consistent run all the time, but people really didn't understand. The public didn't really understand the true skill that Mitch Marsh has got. And now they certainly will know. Under pressure, to be able to perform like he has. Just at the wrong time, someone walks behind a side screen. Tell you what, as a batsman, that is very frustrating. And for Trent Boult, frustrating. Just moving on to Trent Boult, how good has he been tonight and throughout the tournament? But to be able to go 16, 2 for 16, he's bowled absolutely beautiful. He's really stood up tonight.
It's a real tribute to how much he's worked as well. And his T20 bowling in particular, he's one of the go-to men in franchise cricket. Slight collision again. You just see the camaraderie between these two sides. Little moment there between Maxwell. He's watching the ball and just runs straight into Boult. Plays on it a little bit, I think, Trent Boult, but it's all okay. They can have a laugh now.
Trent's always a pretty excitable character as well. It's great to see just the camaraderie, and a big part of that comes down to, especially in the IPL, a lot of the guys either play together or you know friends who play with different opposition. It's always find a way, and there's someone walking behind the side screen again. But that's okay. He's just snuck in behind.
Last ball of the Trent Boult spell. Takes one. No, he puts it down. There's a chance. Slower ball, just chipped back to Boult. He'd be disappointed, but it's a great spell. 14 from 18 required. 159 for 2. Just surprised him a little bit. Didn't come back anywhere near as quickly as Trent Boult thought, but he'd be disappointed he hasn't taken it. He's got wonderful hands. But finished on a high.
It's hard not to keep going back to Mitchell Marsh, because it's so beautiful to be able to see someone. There's been question marks around him for a while now, not internally, not within the group, but to see him stand up so tall in this tournament that's been so elusive for Australia. The T20 World Cup, Australia's never really been able to find their feet at T20 cricket. But things have come, the pieces of the puzzle to come together beautifully, and Mitchell Marsh has been one of those really big pieces.
Yeah, and that man we just had on screen, I think, has been the key, the glue for this Australian side. 2 for 21, 2 for 12, 1 for 37, 5 for 19, 1 for 20, 1 for 22, 1 for 26. Player of the tournament, hands down. Adam Zampa.
Zampa has been absolutely outstanding. It'll be very close between him and maybe a couple others for the player of the tournament. There's been some standouts, but he has been outstanding. Trent Boult, he really, what a great competitor he is. Miss-hit. To be able to take a catch off your own bowling through your follow-throughs, very difficult. 0.56 in a second. You don't have much time to move there at all. Trent Boult, what a competitor. He continues just to stand up time and time and time again for New Zealand. There's no secrets why New Zealand have been so dominant and so consistent for a long period of time. He's the man.
Yeah, all three formats as well. I said it earlier, as ICC ranking at number 40 or 41 with the ball is there because he hasn't played a lot of T20 cricket for New Zealand. They tend to rest him in the big, or in the bilateral games against other countries because the test matches and the 50-over stuff is so important, but he's been brilliant throughout this tournament. Another slower one from Milne. Played well, but have met a better side tonight, I think, New Zealand. No dew. Cannot say a thing about that. It's been great conditions. The surface has played really well. Saw an exhibition from that man with the bat. We've seen an exhibition from Warner and from Mitchell Marsh. Just short of Tim Southey.
And Dave Warner has been just to be able to see one or two balls where you could see his body language, his energy at the crease just change. And from that moment on, everything disappeared. His miss hits had just fallen short. That's the day for the Aussies at the moment. But Dave Warner, to be able to turn it on like he has after the challenging time that he had in and around the IPL for Sunrisers, shown his class.
Away, there is protection out there. Well, you just knew, or you had to feel it was coming. Too good a player to have that sort of time in franchise competition, and gets back to a more settled environment where he feels comfortable, where he's got the backing of his team and his teammates, and they know he's a match winner. And know he's an absolute match winner. Davey, just go and do what you do, and we'll be okay.
It's amazing how the backing of your team just plays into your mindset when you go out into bat. And that's why team environment is so critical, to back your players. So when you go out to play, you know that you've got everyone behind you.
Southey's moved to long off, so it'll just be the one. Couple to go and 11 required.
Got no dew out there this evening. There hasn't been any dew the last few games in particular. Perfect conditions for cricket.
From 12 required. Here he is again, our man in the shirt. He had a good night. A little bit of Australian gold in there somewhere. Has he hit that well enough? I don't think so, but it's going to evade Jimmy Neesham and into the boundary for 4.
The desperation from Jimmy Neesham. What a great effort out there. And this is just when you take the game on, like he has Mitchell Marsh, his miss hits falling into the gap just, and then the ones that he gets clean flying to the boundary. These are the days as a cricketer, as a batsman, that you dream of. Your best shots fly through, fly to the boundary. The ones you slightly get wrong, just short. These days don't always come along, but geez, you got to make the most of them and enjoy every moment of it.
Absolutely. That many bad days in your career, you make the most of the good ones. Remember them. And bet your bottom dollar these gentlemen will. And the call is for 2, not well timed, and it should be. Maxwell says no, let's not risk it.
It's amazing how quickly people can start to ask questions about incredibly talented cricketers. And there's a lot of questions asked, even back home in the Australian media, about Dave Warner. You don't lose your skill. There's certain things that might be getting in the way of your mindset, or just you're slightly underprepared. You slightly haven't had the lead in that you need, a little bit underdone. But you can never, ever, ever question the skill of champion players. They always find a way to get back to their best. And Dave Warner, I'm so pumped for him to be able to make his mark like he has and give Australia the chance to win this elusive title.
Maxwell wants 2 now, but not. Same result, just the 1.
Glenn Maxwell, he wants to be the one who hits the winning runs, to be that highlight that everyone sees. I was batting with Steve Smith, 2015 World Cup. I had an opportunity to be able to hit the winning runs, and I fluffed one off my pads to mid-wicket. I was shattered. One opportunity, that highlight that you hope to be a part of, and then Steve Smith just peeled it off, and that was it.
You'll forever be the bloke at the other end. Hard again, straight to Neesham. Not a bad place to be, though, Shane Watson. I can imagine, not a bad place to be.
Aaron Finch led the team so well, galvanised the team when there were some questions being asked about the environment, about the team. And this is another testament to Aaron Finch and Justin Langer and what they've been able to do to work through what they've had.
Maxwell looks to finish it, and he might have done it as well. 5 times 50 over men's World Cup champions, a team that can never ever be written off, and have finally got their hands on a men's T20 World Cup trophy, and it is richly deserved. Improved with every game, have Australia. They are now a champion team.
The Aussies! Glenn Maxwell finishes off with a switch it too. Mitchell Marsh, the Aussies. The elusive title. It's coming back to Australia.
Brilliantly captained. Aaron Finch throughout the tournament has done a superb job with this Australian side. Not many believed at the start of the tournament, maybe not many even back in Australia. But as each game came and went, they got better. Different players stood up tonight. That man, how much does it mean to him? He's been through so much heartache on the cricket field, with injuries off the cricket field. And that embrace there, a couple of Western Australians. David Warner has been superb. Support staff, players who have been left on the sidelines without a game as well. They rejoice. So many contributions throughout this tournament from Australia, and they will bask in this as they should. New Zealand have made a great contest of it, but tonight they came up against a better side, a better outfit. Two good mates, Kane Williamson and David Warner, played a lot of franchise cricket together. That man will hurt. He knows what it's like to lose a final of a white ball tournament, that is for sure, and it's happened again. Glenn Maxwell, what does it mean to him after a stellar year in 2020 cricket as well? He's now got an ICC Men's T20 World Cup winners medal coming his way. Batters win your games, bowlers win your tournaments, some say. And a couple of cracking performances on show tonight from quality Australian batters, Marsh and Warner. They will celebrate long and hard, and deservedly so.
The questions that were asked at the start of the tournament, how are things going to come together for the Aussies? And they pieced it together at the right time. So much heartache for the Aussies, and there's been a few guys in there. Dave Warner, Steve Smith in particular. Glenn Maxwell, been so close. But Mitchell Marsh, the man of the moment. How much that means, not just to him, but to everyone around him as well, who knows. He's had to absorb a lot over the last few years. And hasn't he stood up tall?
You said you're either on one side or the other with Mitchell Marsh. I bet there's a few more on his side now, back home in Australia tonight. Or early morning, I should say. What have we got? Shane Watson about 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning. They'll be up. Don't worry about that. They get up for sport, the Aussies.
Yes, it's very late there, but the cricket lovers in Australia, and look at that, Justin Langer has known Mitch Marsh since he was a little kid and coached him for such a long period of time. He's been so instrumental in Mitchell Marsh's evolution as a cricketer. And Justin Langer, he's been through the ringer the last 6 months. And then the switch hit from Glenn Maxwell. Just to make the stand that that's my shot. How good.
Yeah, superb. See what it means to these guys. See what it means to that man there. What a great part he's played in the last 3, 4, 5 months of Australia's T20 resurgence. They didn't send their best team away. Not to Bangladesh, not to the West Indies. They saved it for this tournament. And they've been repaid. And repaid in spades. Justin Langer, as you said, troubled times, articles written, all sorts of conjecture. But this will feel incredibly good to him as well. That embrace there from the Perth lads. Stoinis and Marsh. Finch and Maxwell. It'll hurt. It'll hurt for Kane Williamson. He played brilliantly tonight. But as I said earlier, they came up against a better side tonight. A well-drilled side. And a side that have come out comfortably on top in the end in a brilliant run chase. Embraces continue, and Ian Bishop is now sidelined for us to pick up some interviews.
Matthew Wade, first of all, what does this mean for you guys and for the nation?
Oh, it's huge. Our first T20 World Cup coming in. Felt like a lot of people maybe wrote us off and didn't expect us to get to this moment, but internally we spoke about we could be the first team to achieve this for Australia, and something really, really special.
Marcus, what was the key, you think, looking back and reflecting on the start of the tournament?
The key, this group of boys, we actually love each other. It is beautiful, this team. I can't wait to keep playing with this team. I'm so proud of him. You won't find bigger supporters of Mitch Marsh than right here, apart from probably his family. We are so happy for him.
Go back to the semi-final for me, and your innings right here on this ground. How do you reflect on it now?
Yeah, when we sit down and have a few beers tonight, we'll reflect probably closely on that. I think more than my innings, the partnership we spoke about, it means Stoiny in the rooms when we were chasing just then. We probably didn't realise that we scored as many runs as we did the other night, and then coming into this game, we felt really confident that if the boys could get off to a good start, then we could contribute at the end. But thankfully, Mitch and Davey and Maxie at the end there did the job for us. Yeah, as Stoiny said, just so proud of this group. Yeah, we're stoked.
Congratulations to you and the entire team. Natalie Germanis is around here somewhere.
Thank you.
Guys, congratulations. Wonderful to chat to you after that. Pat, starting with you, how are you feeling?
Pretty pumped. I don't think it's really hit me yet. Like I don't play a game, play a semi, play this. I think once we get back home and get back in there, I think it'll sink in. And a lot of support from back home. They're getting up at 1 a.m. to watch this game, so great feeling.
Mitch, it wasn't the easiest of years for your team. It's been quite a tough lead up to this. How did you guys turn this around to get to this stage?
Yeah, it's not been an ideal lead up, but I think just the closeness of the group. We've had a great time here, albeit locked up, but we've had some great times off the field, getting around one another, and I think that's showed in the way we've played our cricket. We've had everyone contribute, guys off the field, on the field, different guys in different games, and we saw that again tonight. So I think that the closeness of the group has really got us through this tournament, and hopefully that leads into the summer as well.
Obviously a lot of responsibilities on your shoulders with the new ball, sometimes towards the back end as well. But how much of a factor is Adam Zampa with the ball, and how easy has he made your job?
He's been fantastic. He's been our best bowler, I think, by far for the last couple of years with the white ball, and it's made us really easy. Made it really easy for us quickies to work in around him. I think you know, we're pretty confident in what we do and run off the back of each other. When Zamps is doing what he does, I think it just makes the bowling group, you know, it really know their role a lot clearer, and we can do our job quite easy, I guess.
Pat, in terms of the lengths on these type of wickets, was that something that you felt worked for you, just sort of keeping it back a bit shorter?
Yeah, I think that's a good thing about playing a little bit of IPL over here. Even someone like Joshy Hazelwood coming straight from IPL here, he just seemed to adapt, you know, really quickly, and yeah, felt like we didn't have to get too funky. It was just kind of yeah, what we do, I guess, more in the red ball stuff with a few slow balls thrown in. But yeah, just really great. It's such a complete, you know, squad, the 15 guys here. So really happy.
Well, congratulations, you two. I can't wipe the smile off your face. I'm sure it's going to be there for a while. Enjoy the win. We're going to go over to Ian Bishop.
Cheers.
Adam Zampa is here with me, and of course, Adam, your colleagues were just talking glowingly about you. What is it that worked for you in this tournament?
I just tried to use my strengths to the best of my ability. I knew the wickets were going to be pretty low. I bowled at good times. We won the toss and bowled first, so it was probably a little bit drier when I was bowling. So I tried to use that to the best of my ability. Try to get wickets when we needed them, and try to defend when we needed to do that as well.
Glenn, very selfie-facing from him. Your assessment of him and what he's done?
Well, he's been a superstar in this format as well as one-day cricket for a long period of time. I've had the pleasure of having him at the Stars and watching him go about his work for a long time. So to watch him bring it straight into international cricket, like there's absolutely no edges whatsoever. He's fitted in so well, and the last 3 years as a leg spinner, I don't think there's many better in the world.
For yourself, coming off the sort of domestic or franchise season right here in the UAE, what was that build-up like into this tournament?
Yeah, it was perfect. I was able to give myself a few days off before the tournament to really freshen up, and I felt like I was hitting the ball really well. Luckily enough, I wasn't really required a whole heap, but yeah, it was nice to be out there with Bison at the end and get the winning runs.
Just a word on the backroom staff who prepare you guys and look after you guys so well, Adam.
Yeah, obviously a lot of credit goes to those guys. We've been, you know, been in bubbles for almost 2 years now, and that's takes a toll on everyone, including the staff. So, you know, you wouldn't know with our guys. Our preparation from their side of things has been great, and yeah, it's their win as well.
Thank you very much to you to celebrate well tonight. Natalie Germanis has another couple of guests.
Steve Smith and Josh Hazelwood joining me. Steve, I'm going to start off with you. You're very experienced. You've been with this team for a while. How much does this mean?
Yeah, lots. Yeah, we've worked hard for a long time. This is a trophy that's eluded us for a very long time. So it's you know, an honour to be out here with the boys and to be able to take that trophy home. It's exceptional.
Josh, in terms of the bowling, it's very important, obviously, to get off to good starts. How much pressure was on the bowling unit tonight?
Yeah, there's always pressure. I mean, the batters are coming at you from ball one, basically. But I thought we started really well. We kept the power play to, you know, I think around 40. So a pretty good effort there, and I obviously got away in the end, but we saw the wicket was pretty good, and yeah, exceptional chase from our guys.
In terms of the assault from Kane Williamson, it was pretty tough, obviously. He showed what you can do on this wicket. What was your thoughts at the halfway stage?
Yeah, he's a superb player, and he has been for a long time now, and you know, another classical Kane innings, really. Scored all around the ground and hurts you when you bowl poorly.
You know David Warner pretty well, Steve. What was your thoughts on his innings and his work through the tournament as well?
Well, his last 2 weeks have been amazing. You know, a lot of people were writing him off at the start, saying he was out of form, but took one good innings and he was away. And today I thought he came out with exceptional intent again. Him and Mitchell Marsh, that partnership really set us up for the game, and really proud of those two boys. I think they've had great tournaments, both of them.
Guys, you played exceptional for the last couple of weeks. Congratulations. Enjoy the win. We're going to go over now to Ian Bishop.
Cheers.
Justin Langer, sometimes the last year has been a little bit tough. Give me an appreciation of this moment for you.
I suppose everyone who wins a World Cup says it's hard to process, it's hard to put it into words, but this is such a special group of people. And I know every coach, every captain says the same thing, but you know, we've got some amazing cricketers here. We haven't had a chance to play together because different reasons for the last 12 months. So when we all got back together, it's almost like a reunion. And there's so many close relationships there. It's a very, very special moment for everyone.
Not a lot of people from the outside of your circle would have said favourites or the team to win, Australia. That didn't come easily off the tongue. What do you feel was the key thing throughout the tournament?
Well, we knew that when we came back together how much talent we had, that's for one. I mean, there's enormous talent in this team. When we're in the West Indies and Bangladesh leading into this series, there's a few missing pieces, and Mitch Marsh took one of those pieces, and he's been brilliant, Bish. So we had some real talent there, and we also embraced fun. You know, in these situations where everyone talks about bubble, these guys have had so much fun on and off the ground, and in this form of the game, actually, in the game of cricket, it's important to have fun and enjoy it, right? And the guys have done that, and I think that was a really important part of our success here.
I know there are many people. You mentioned Mitch Marsh there. I just want to get two quick thoughts. One on Adam Zampa and what he's done, and Josh Hazlewood.
Well, Zamps puts a smile on my face every time because he's a little bit different. He's a little hippie, but he's so competitive, and he's been so good in this form of the game. We see leg spinners have an impact around the world, and he's doing that for Australia now. And Josh Hazlewood, well, he didn't play the last World Cup, the one-day World Cup, because he'd had some issues with his back. He's come in here, he's been sublime, so it's just been a great team effort.
Congratulations, Justin. A lot of people very happy for you. Well
Thanks,
done.
Bish. Thanks very much. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much to Ian Bishop, Natalie Germanis and all the Australian players as well. Aaron Finch signs the lens. Thumbs up from the Aussie skipper. They have been successful tonight. Finally got their hands on a trophy that has eluded them. New Zealand put 172 for 4 on the board after losing their first wicket at 15. A partnership between Warner and Marsh, exceptional. Lost their second at 107, and then it was a partnership of 66 off 45 between Mitchell Marsh and Glenn Maxwell that took Australia home with 7 balls to spare. Bolt, exceptional. 2 for 18 off his 4. From Southey and Ish Sodhi had tough nights. Adam Milne, after a hard first over, came back quite nicely. Santner was good, and just the 1 over for Jimmy Neesham. So, in summary, New Zealand's innings held together by Kane Williamson, 85 off 48. Guptill with 28, couldn't quite get going along with Phillips. Hazlewood, brilliant. Zampa also brilliant, 1 for 26. Australia 173 for 2. Marsh 77, Warner 53. They've won by 8 wickets. We will take a short break here at the Dubai International Stadium, and we'll be back shortly.